Through the spirit of Through the spirit of giving and doing what's right, making a difference and joining the fight. A brighter tomorrow you can make true. However you give, give. Whatever you give, give. Whatever you do, do more 24. It's Delaware's largest giving day. Through the spirit of giving and doing what's right, making a difference and joining the fight. A brighter tomorrow you can make true. However you give, give. Whatever you give, give. Whatever you do more 24. It's Delaware's largest giving day. Oh my goodness, there we are. We can come in right here if you can. So welcome now to the overnight broadcast as we continue on our marathon live stream experience for Delaware's largest giving day. That's right, Do More 24 Delaware is here. The numbers are coming in and you are all showing up big time. We're currently at $683,570 so far in the campaign. And we are marching towards filling in that U.S. state map as well as the state of Delaware. And it looks like Scott Mason couldn't get enough, so he wanted to join us to continue the conversation and to kind of continue to be a part of the fun. So we'll get you in here, Scott, 1 second.
I think I'm in.
There you go.
Yeah.
How's it going, Scott? Welcome on the other side.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Again, hats off to you and United Way and Spur.
What's that? Scott, I'm having trouble hearing you for some reason. I don't know why.
I don't know. My mic is on. Can you hear me now? Now you unmute my mic.
Check the audio settings on ours. And so, well, hopefully we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
But either way, Scott, it's exciting as we continue on into the overnight hours now. And we...
Can you hear me now?
Good there. All right. So we're marching right along. You guys are doing big things at Chapel Street. I don't know. There's really
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, so I think there's something going on there. Is there just the audio on?
Hello? Testing.
All right. Well, anyway, so apparently the world can hear you, and that's what really matters. I'm going to have to read your lips, apparently. So I don't know what that's about.
So the world can hear me, but you can't.
There you go. Try now.
Can you hear me now, Chris? Hello? Chris, can you hear me now? The world can hear me now, apparently, but Chris can't. He looks...
All right, well, tell you... Scott, just give us a second. We're going to bring up the graphic real quick. I'm going to do a recycle on this for a second, and we'll just make sure that we're good to go.
Okay.
Hold on 1 sec. Hang tight. All right. All right.
If the world can hear me, this is what's called technical difficulty.
Well, I think we're good.
Are we good, Chris?
Great. I can hear you. Everything's fine. No big deal. We got
Awesome.
through it. This too shall pass.
Exactly. It's what we call technical difficulty.
Absolutely. No question about it. The show must go on and it's all good, but appreciate you sticking with us on that. And, you know, as we continue to march on here and we get into the later hours, this is probably, at least for me as the host, the hardest part of the campaign for sure. Once the sun comes back up, it starts to kick back into high gear. We've got guest after guest, and next thing you know, you're there. But this little stretch is a little tough. So I appreciate you hanging with me.
Well, I came back because I don't want to take up too much time representing my own nonprofit interests. So I came back this time as the manager of Delaware's famous Dame Edna's honorary understudy, which ties into the campaign because there's so many theaters that my client, Dame Edna's understudy, has performed in. So
Yes.
and I was thinking she might want to help you out, Chris, in the future for
Sure.
free, for this overnight kind of stuff because it's tough.
It is. It is a while, and that would be awesome. Actually, that'd be a lot of fun. I think that would be something we should chat about that and see if maybe you might be able to coordinate. Dame Edma, to stop by. We'll see if we can make
Yeah,
it happen.
it's a busy schedule, but when I saw the very creative, artistic, amazing Philly guy, I thought, I know someone equally as strange in her ensemble, as it were.
I'm not saying that I thought you might appreciate, what the Philly sports guys do, but I think if anybody can appreciate it and understand it, you definitely can.
Well, I just, despite the fact that I'm so swamped with my nonprofit and their move, it blows me away with Do More 24 and just seeing the outpouring of people from across the United States, and especially Delaware, of course, and the number of nonprofits and the amount of money. I can't recall, Chris, from last year, but I mean, I think this amount so far, isn't it near what you all did last year?
Yeah, we were actually tracking pretty well. It looked like comparatively we were doing as well, if not a little bit better. So it's encouraging, but we can't take the foot off the pedal, right? We got to keep pushing.
No,
We got to keep going. And, I know the overnight hours are a little tough because, people do need sleep, believe it or not. And it is a part of how we operate. But once that kicks back in, a lot happens tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun to see how we track towards the finish line. And right now we're in a pretty good spot. So you got to be pretty happy with 685 plus at 1 o'clock in the morning. That's pretty good.
can you share what was the total amount last year? Do you know?
Well, I know that's, let me
Sorry to put
see
you on the
here.
spot.
I don't know the exact comparison at this moment, but for instance, we hit 500,000 after midnight last year, and we were ahead by like 4 hours from last year's campaign. So that's a good benchmark,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. That's as close as I can get to, breaking it down for you. But that I think alone is a good indicator of where we're at right now and what's happening so far in the campaign.
That's amazing. I mean, again, given the you know nightly news and people's concerns about the economy and such, that here's all these people giving. I mean, it's a testament to humanity.
Yeah, and it's really part of the mission here. We're trying to really encourage people to take action, to engage in philanthropy, to kind of take ownership in a lot of ways of their community. And the best way to do that is in a lot of ways to support these nonprofits and the almost 600, the 5 to 600 that are represented in the campaign. I mean, they do everything, every part of our life. They touch it all.
Well, that's the amazing thing to me, to looking at the leaderboards on the homepage or such and seeing these nonprofits I mean, so many. I mean, literally hundreds that I've never heard of. I mean, obviously the big ones in the performing arts area that I'm familiar with, but in the community service, such as you know the work with the veterans. But there's just so many, Chris. It's
Yeah.
absolutely amazing. And even in the arts, there was a earlier you had somebody on, can't remember their name, but it was like this chorus group that did. It was like an Italian based name, and I'm like, I've never heard of them, and I'm in the arts. It's educational, it's inspiring, it's fascinating to see the diversity and the breadth of nonprofits. It's just, and we're like the small state, where we're not.
Yeah, we are this small state, and the nonprofit you're referring to is Coro Allegro.
Yes.
That's who you're talking about. And we had the artistic director,
Yes.
Ryan, on, and he
Yeah.
was talking about what they're doing. It is cool to see all that, right? We talked to a number of arts organizations. We've talked to a variety of, organizations representing all kinds of causes so far. And we're going to be talking to a lot more as we continue on in the broadcast. We actually have, and I know I mentioned it in the home stretch, the end of the home stretch, or the home stretch, the kickoff broadcast. But we are going to be sitting down with a really cool, awesome artist who has made a career doing what she does here in a little bit. So around 2:00, we're going to be sitting down with Jackie McGee, which is pretty cool. We're going to get into some of her story, and that's going to be a lot of fun. And just take some of this time that we have overnight to give it a little focus, celebrate the arts, which I know you're a fan of, and support all these amazing nonprofits, all these causes.
Yeah, it's again, it's inspiring in what can, a lot of people view as a world in turmoil, but we got to keep going.
Yeah.
One hour at a time, as it were, for you, watching your watch and going, oh my God, I still got 17 or whatever, how many hours you got to go.
Yeah, try not to think about it that way, but okay, good. It's less than 17 hours though, so that's good. We'll take the less than.
Yeah. Well, again, it's such a, labor of love for you to do this. So that's why I wanted to hang a little while longer, because hats off to you to stay up for 24 hours with a wife and children and then try to catch up on sleep. And as somebody pointed out earlier, I think Tiara, your co-host, it's not just this 24 hours. You had to get ready, you had to wake up, do your makeup if you do it, whatever.
Yeah.
Darken the beard so you look like you're
There's a lot of elements that go into this, as you can imagine. It's it's not something that comes together overnight. I mean, a lot of time and energy goes into getting ready for this day, and it's a team effort, and we're all doing our part to help with that. Looking at the state map is always interesting. So we're still missing those same ones: that Montana, Wyoming, North and South Dakota, along with Nebraska, Wisconsin. Come on, Philly sports guy. We're counting on you for that one. Arkansas, Louisiana, and Rhode Island. But not bad. Not bad for just 7 hours or so in, and to only really have 9 left.
I mean, seriously, Chris, you've got Alaska and Hawaii, so
we got some of the hard ones, absolutely. In Hawaii, we've got 5 donations from Hawaii. So that's like a whole hand.
So you're talking about, so basically, I'm surmising that people in Delaware would have to encourage people, friends, family in these other states to donate, right?
I mean, essentially, yes, unless somebody maybe is from Delaware, moved, and they know what we're doing. But yes.
Yeah. But I mean, considering how small Delaware is compared to the rest of the United States, the fact that we only have what did you say, 6, 7 states?
9 left. Only 9 left.
I mean, 9 out of 50. Come on, Chris, do the odds.
No, it's amazing. It's really great. And in this early in the campaign, I think that's kind of incredible to see it, incredible to watch. It kind of transpire. I'm curious. And if you were to, I don't know, I guess if you were to bet on which one is going to come in next out of those, again, Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Rhode Island, who do you think is going to come on the board first out of those 9 that we have left?
Well, maybe I'm being an East Coast snob, but I would have to say Rhode Island.
Yeah, I'm surprised, honestly, Rhode Island being, so close and also kind of sharing a bit of an identity, being the smallest state.
Again, right, tinier than us.
We're the only ones that, are like basically Rhode Island's the only one that we're like, man, look at us. We're pretty big. It's like kind of like Kevin Hart standing next to Danny DeVito.
Right.
Kevin Hart feels like a giant in those moments.
As opposed to standing next to The Rock. Right.
Very different.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The tables turn there. The tables absolutely turn. Do you realize Danny DeVito is only 4'10"?
Really?
He's really short.
Well,
Really
I
short.
think, it's like Tom Cruise, I think, is only like 5'7" or something.
Yeah, he's a pretty average height, but obviously he's a much larger than life character when it comes to
even Arnold Schwarzenegger is very short. They all look bigger because it's the big screen.
Yeah, a lot of them are traditionally. A lot of actors are on the shorter side for some reason. It's kind of an interesting thing.
It's about when you're casting film or television, you're supposed to get like the medium height, the medium build because of how the screen affects you. So, Chris, if you were to go on, national television or Hollywood studio film, you'd be a giant. That's what you'd be.
Well, absolutely. And I'm pretty average. I'm maybe a touch above average height, but not much. But if they want to hire me to come out, I'm in. Let's have some fun. We can do that. That would be fun. So what, let's see. I don't know what we have. I mean, I don't think we have a lot planned, like scheduled for this hour so much. We did have somebody that we thought might join us at the beginning of the broadcast window, but I do not see them.
Oh,
so that's unfortunate. But we still love our friends over there at the Police Athletic League. So we're not gonna, if anything, just go onto the platform. Go to DoMore24 Delaware.org. Check them out. Give them a little love. The Police Athletic League. We were going to talk to Christopher Purdell. They've got all kinds of great programs between the mentoring programs, Lifesavers program, and you can even use some of their space to rent for birthdays, family reunions, luncheons. It's a cool thing. They're doing it all, and it's a great, piece of the community and an asset for all of us here in Delaware. So that's awesome. So the Police Athletic League of Wilmington, give them a little love. Send them some support.
well, and I would even say, Chris, if I don't know if people not in Delaware, not looking specifically for Do More 24, but if they stumble across it, just go onto the main page and pick out 10 random groups. If you feel like being generous, give $1, even $1 to 25 different groups, or $25 to one group that you randomly pick, because that's the thing. There's so many, and anything you choose, they're going to be grateful. It doesn't matter what the nonprofit is about. Any donation from anybody out there is going to be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, no question. And just so you guys know, there is a 3 a.m. magic hour. That's our next power hour prize pool available. In the first 20 nonprofits to get a donation of any amount are going to get an extra $100. So that's 3 a.m. Get those donations ready for the start of that hour. And the first 20 are going to get $100. Just like that.
Wow. I wish I could stay up till then, but I have to meet my accountant tomorrow morning to do my taxes. Speaking of money.
There you go. And then we have a 5 a.m. Rise and Shine Delaware Power Hour. That's exciting. So the 3 a.m. Magic Hour is sponsored by the United Way of Delaware. So, love the United Way of Delaware, obviously a big part of this. And then the Rise and Shine Delaware Power Hour at 5 a.m. is sponsored by CTA. Is it CTA Bois? Like, how do you say that? It's at CTABOI.com. I'm not sure exactly how you pronounce that, to be honest with you. So $500 going out, and one random nonprofit in each category is going to get $250 as long as they get a donation in that hour. So that's kind of cool. And then we have the 7 a.m., the 8 a.m., and the 9 a.m. power hours. We got 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And they just keep going. More opportunities for nonprofits to benefit by just being a part of this whole thing. And that's what it's all about.
So, Chris, I'm going to turn the tables at this hour and sort of be like the host to you. I'm curious, what inspires you, because you've done this now for the whole time, what inspires you to keep coming back and committing 24 hours of your life without sleep to being the host of this live stream?
Well, besides being a glutton for punishment, I guess. No, I mean, you talk to the nonprofit every time we're sitting there. We have these conversations. You just get inspired by everything they're doing, and for me to be able to just, yeah, it's one day. It's 24 hours, and if I can suck it up just a little bit on that one day to support the efforts that they're putting in every single day throughout the year, supporting our communities, that to me seems like it's my way to give back. It's one of the ways that I can contribute. I was blessed with some energy, so let's use it. And I just really I appreciate all the work they're doing. King Creative and my company, us being able to support that, utilizing this platform, it's meaningful. It's rewarding, right? And I've got a young daughter here who enjoyed some of that early show with the animals and got to have a snake put around her neck. I mean, that was just awesome, right? That's a memory. I've got the picture now. It's amazing. And for us just to be able to help and be a part of it, it makes it. Yes, it's a little tough in the midnight hours and the late hours, but we power through. And once we get going, it's way beyond worth it. Yeah, it's awesome. And I kind of grew up doing this thing. I don't know if you read any of the articles, but funny enough, as a kid, I used to do the Leukemia Society had a swimathon, and I was up in Syracuse, New York at that point, growing up, and I was pretty active in the swim community up there. And for a handful of years in a row, I was the top earner in that leukemia swimathon year after year. And it was door to door. It was, hustling and working, the hospital rounds. My mom worked at the hospital, so we would go in there and I would literally go room to room, unit to unit, and get people to sponsor me. And it was just, there was always something about knowing that you could do something that made an impact, that made a difference in other people's lives, that just resonated with me. So,
Well, there it is, Chris. I mean, putting on my counselor hat from my days at UD, philanthropy has been something that energizes you since your youth. So, I
yeah.
mean, no brainer that there you are. And there's Tiara back.
You're back. Yeah,
Yes.
no, and I appreciate that, Scott. And Tara, we're just talking a little bit about, why I do this. So he was asking me, he kind of flipped it on me a little bit. I was
Yeah.
sharing some of the early days of kind of helping support the Leukemia Society before it became the Leukemia Lymphoma Society. And, there's always just been something that by being able to do something, to put effort in, to see an impact that you can make by putting yourself out there and to give what you can
No,
and to be able to help other lives. It's amazing.
it's a passion of yours, Chris, and that's
Yeah.
to be commended. There's your answer. That's why you're here.
Yeah, I'm
Staying
here.
up.
And a side note on that, it was rewarding in a couple ways. One, it was always cool to win, right? If you're going to do it well. So that was kind of a motive. I was just sort of wired that way, I guess. And my mom and I, she helped a little bit because she had the hospital stuff, and we kind of leveraged our networks, right, and made it work. But there was always a prize, and whoever earned, but only for the person that won and earned the most money. And I literally got my Nintendo,
Mhm.
my Super Nintendo, a bike, and probably a couple other things by winning this campaign every year. And it
Oh,
was
that's
kind of, well,
awesome.
what am I going to win this year? And I was like, this will be fun. And, obviously, the Nintendo, the Super Nintendo, whatever it was really cool. And I mean, we used it, we loved it, it was awesome.
Mhm.
But it was just kind of a bonus. The real win and the real benefit was knowing that the 400 whatever laps I swam, and when I pushed for those couple hours that we were allowed to swim, from the first second we could start to the last second we had to stop, I knew that that effort I put in that pool was making a difference.
But Chris, that's the whole. I mean, you're just speaking to the whole psychology of philanthropy. I mean, you
Yeah.
you were motivated by incentives. just as all of the nonprofits
Sure. Absolutely.
that are here, you know, send out to their community, their respective demographics communities, saying, "Hey, we could win this hour." You know, that's the whole psychology of the bonus
Yes.
hours, and not to dismiss them, but you know that's part of it. You know, like what am
It
I
is.
going to get to take this money I might need for food or my electric bill, but I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna reach into my pocket out of my heart and give, you know, even $5 to
Right.
any nonprofit, and that just speaks volumes with again so many people with the you know economy and suffering to just again we're so appreciative of my nonprofit, and I'm sure I speak for other nonprofits. It's $5, it's $500, it's 20. It doesn't matter. It's
Yeah.
whatever you can give, and and that's just precious. You know, you can't. We have to be thankful for everybody.
Yeah.
I think we have to be thankful, but we also just have to know that, especially during, because of these prizes that we have, someone could easily turn $5 into $105, or $5
Right.
donation could turn into a $255 donation, and that's just such a big deal, and it makes Do More 24 unique as a
Yeah.
giving day, because Giving Tuesday is awesome. We all celebrate it, and we pull on people's heartstrings because it's right around the holidays. But because it's not Delaware's largest giving day, or it's not the same all over the nation. There's not always incentives,
Right.
but those incentives are kind of what drives donors and which amplifies all of our voices and collective marketing.
Well, Thierry, you're so right. I mean, again, I don't want to keep promoting my nonprofit because I've spent so many hours with Chris already, but we promote and send out social media, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, for Tuesday, and we don't. It can't even compare. It's pennies, nickels, dimes to what we succeed with in Do More 24,
Well, that's an important testimony,
as
though.
opposed to
That's
Giving
awesome.
Tuesday. Yeah, I mean, it's. I'm saying that as a fact.
Yeah, I
Um,
think it is the incentives, right? I mean, that's what's awesome, and you've all touched on it. But the fact that your dollars are amplified through this campaign is just that much better. This is why, if you're gonna donate, now's the time to do it, because that one, that two, that $5, as Sierra said, could turn into $105. There's no other time or opportunity that you're going to be able to see your dollars stretch that far, and
well, and
it's
forgive my
important.
ignorance, but is Do More 24? Is it solely in Delaware or is it across the country?
So there are giving days across the country. Do More 24, the actual name. There is a giving day called Do More 24, and in the National Capital area. It was the United Way there that helped inspire us, United Way, to bring it to Delaware, and then eventually for us and Spur Impact to collaborate. But so if you go to domore24.org, you're going to get National Capital Area campaign. That's why it's so special that we say Do More 24 Delaware, Do More 24 DE, is so
Yeah.
that differentiate from the Delaware campaign.
But I think that's what makes it so special, as opposed to say Giving Tuesday, is that again for myself and the nonprofit and other nonprofits I'm involved with, it seems so special and unique to Delaware, even if it's happening in Arkansas, Rhode Island, the other 9 states that need to give us money. You know, it's just like this community. It's a community effort. You know what I'm saying? Statewide community effort.
And I think what you really hit on is a statewide effort. There's very few giving days that are going to be a statewide effort. You'll see a giving day like there's Miami Gives, and there's like just small pockets of certain states or certain communities that have giving days. A lot of times colleges will have giving days like this, but the fact that we're statewide, the fact that we have so many corporate support as well as government support and foundation support, really just is a testimony to how Delaware can really work together and really make a, again, collective impact. What does that look like? That looks like us all being on the same mission with the same story and the same voice, working in tandem at the same time. And then that's what makes it special. That's what makes it work. That's what makes it so right now we're almost $700,000 and we're just a few hours in, and that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's amazing, really. I mean, such a cool thing to see it all come together. And it's so great as we continue to kind of track it. But yeah, you look at the statewide, it is unique. And the fact that Delaware as a state is coming together is one of the things that does differentiate this campaign from other Giving Day campaigns. And, as we look at the map, you can see the donations coming in from all over the state. You can see them coming in from all over the country. And, we don't have a fun little widget on here to see the countries around the world, but we know that we're getting support from various areas as well. And that's just incredible to think that Delaware, this small but mighty little state, is getting that type of love and support from all over. And it just shows you how connected we really all are.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and and there's a little bit, at least I can speak only to my theater community. Looking at the other performing arts theater groups that we are in the same ballpark, whether it's the small organizations or large, it's sort of a competition. It's like, wait, we got to get more money than them this year. How are they getting more money? What are we doing wrong? Like, we got to figure something out because we want more money from, people than X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
But my hat is off to all of our fellow theater groups who are doing so well.
Well, it's the healthy competition is probably my favorite part because I just think complacency is the enemy of greatness at all times, and so the fact that we have this little bit of competition, you see how other people are doing. You see, you might even have. I think some nonprofits have like a silent competition with some of their neighbors. They don't actually tell them they're competing, but they're like, next year we're beating them, and like they're telling all of their friends. But that it means that they're trying a little bit harder, working a little bit differently, learning new skills on purpose, building their capacity, so that they can be great on today. And that's important, right? It's great for these 24 hours, but it's really about how can we make sure that nonprofits are great 365.
Yeah.
And they become great 365 and we become great 365 when we are constantly sharpening our skills and sharpening our knife so that we can do this better, do this fundraising better, do this individual giving better, encouraging people to give better, and really so that donors can be better donors. Some of our investors, we want Delawareans to be better at giving, and so doing all of this kind of helps that.
Well, you're so right, Tiara, because in approaching my board and saying, what's our strategy going to be? Like, and again, it is a competition. Like, I will put it out there because they are brilliant. I will hats off to the Everett Theater because they just they are just blowing it away. And luckily, they're in the big category. But, yeah, because that's what I want to go back after Do More 24 and say, look, we're going to start a committee now, 363 or whatever days out, to do better. So it does help motivate nonprofits across the board, small, large, whatever population you're serving, to think about that. How can we be better? And it is a year-long process. It's not just about Do More 24. For any nonprofit that is thinking about survival and sustainability, it is about how do we expand our developmental efforts.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no question. And, it's like I said, I'm looking at the leaderboard and I'm just sort of seeing the totals and seeing the numbers. Amazing to, again, Shepherd's Office. I'm just so blown away by that.
Yeah, they're amazing.
Out of control.
I want to know their secret. Like, I promise you, I'm about to go shadow them.
They've got it figured out. It's really incredible. They are always...
Chris, in the first hour, they were, because we were trying to win the first hour thing,
Yeah.
And so I was looking at the leaderboard and I'm like, what is going on? I mean, like 10 minutes in, they were
And
Yeah.
they're not slowing up. And that's
No,
what's crazy is like
they
you would think everybody else is starting to plateau just a little bit. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but like sleep is starting to catch up with, I'm sure, most of our viewers. And
yeah.
so like people are
Yeah.
starting to plateau, and Shepard's office is like still like, well, we got a $10,000 in us between midnight and 1.
Yeah, it's amazing. It really is. And yeah, I mean, some prime the pump better than others, right? They get it ready, they load up the hopper, they
Mhm.
kind of get their donors ready to go. And that is
Absolutely.
one of the things. And Scott, you talked about it a little bit, is your strategy coming into next year is the more you can do that, the better off you're going to be. It's no question that makes a difference.
No, it's so true. I mean, there's definitely um whether you've got an expert in development or public relations, there's definitely strategies as we've seen. You said it so many times, Chris, in the beginning. Oh, look at Everett. They're sweeping up these prizes, or
The-
Shepherd's Walk. I mean, there
yeah.
are strategies.
No, there is some strategy. There's some gamification going on here. And
Yeah,
Everett, some of it is luck because some of those prizes literally
It's random.
are random. So
yeah, but
they've
it's
got the
still
combination of lucky, but also the other ones they've been on that board, and so good for them.
but even the randomness is a strategy because
Yeah,
a lot of the random prizes you need at least one person
right.
to make a donation in that hour, even through these crazy late night hours.
Yep.
So the fact that those other organizations they've calculated, like we sort of, I don't want to upset my organization, but we're like, oh, let's try to win the first hour. So let's have all of us on the board and chairs and patrons and volunteers.
Yeah.
Let's all give a donation in the first hour. Well, all right, wait a minute. Was that the right strategy? Maybe we should have said, no, no. 50 some people that we know are going to donate. Spread yourselves across 24 hours so we can get those individual random prizes. It's absolutely fascinating. Somebody could write a dissertation on development on the whole Do More 24 thing.
You're just gonna have to get those 50 people to all donate again. So I'm just saying that's
Yeah,
now.
every hour. I think like
It
every
doesn't have to be
hour
a
you
lot.
have those 50 people donate.
If you get those 50 people to all donate again, and it can be a smaller amount, so it's very
$5 is
manageable,
acceptable.
All
and they
right,
can.
so everyone who donated for the first hour, please send some money to Chapel Street Players. There's my push.
Yes.
Yeah, and there's power hours pretty much all day tomorrow. Starting, we have the 3 o'clock, the 5 o'clock, 7, and then once 7 hits, we have a 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 p.m. power hour. So we're gonna be power houring our way all the way through pretty much to the finish line. So
I
get
was
your people
getting
ready.
loopy because I definitely heard, I was like sitting there, I'm like, oh, 12, then there's 13, 14, 15. And I'm like, oh, wait, we're talking about time. So, yes, sorry.
Well, Tara, even up close and personal, more up close on your camera, you still look very young.
Thanks. I appreciate it. I put on a pajama shirt just to like get in the mood, but yeah, that probably wasn't a good idea. I should have kept on my do more shirt so we could keep doing more.
Well, you've got the background, and Tara, I'm just happy you got home safe. Everybody's fine,
Yes.
right? That was an easy walk, so I'm glad you could make it. And it was nice having you here in the studio. But hey, you get some sleep, rest up. I know you're going to be coming back around tomorrow, so don't feel like you have to hang too long. I know you need to get your sleep.
No, I have to, I promised this year I was not going to leave you hanging. Feel like last year I definitely took a power nap that ended up being a power sleep. And so and so this year I'm like, no, we're definitely going to hang on with Chris for as long as possible. And then, some of us will close
Then
our
you
eyes.
get then you get a couple wings, right? And that'll
Yeah.
be all right. And
Well,
then,
Chris and Tiara, I can't be as wide awake as all of you because I do seriously need to get up and go pay my taxes tomorrow. So it's been lovely
yes,
We're
hanging
happy
with
to
you,
have you.
hanging with you for a bit. But I will try to plan my schedule better, Chris, next year. And we'll chat outside of Do More
Sounds good.
24 because I think my client would love to. After seeing Philly Guy, I was inspired to reach out to my client and see if she'll come help you out in the.
That would be a lot of fun, and just let your client know that we're open to that. I think we'd embrace it and could have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, I think so too. So best of luck. Please, everybody still watching, donate to anybody of all of the nonprofits in Delaware and maybe Chapel Street Players.
Yeah.
But in any case, it's been so nice hanging with both of you, and good luck staying up for the rest of the night, and we'll see you soon.
No, that's awesome. Hey, Scott, take care of yourself. Get some sleep. You got taxes to do in the morning. All right.
I need all my brain power.
It's your civic duty. You got to support the taxes. It all goes and comes back to a lot of these nonprofits. Some of the funding they get comes from some of that as well. So thank you for doing that.
That is true. All right. Good luck, guys.
Ties together. Take care, Scott. Thanks so much for coming and joining us. Appreciate it. Well, Tara, there you go. Scott hanging in there with us. And, it's nice to see this all coming in. We do have more of these adventures to feature from our friends. So I think we have I think Stacy's out there. She did another interaction. And
where
so
in the state? Let's find out where she is.
In the state is Stacy now. So let's go find out. Tara, I'm excited. I don't even know. Let's find out. Let's go.
Let's go.
Hello everyone, Stacy with Do More 24. I am standing here with Charlotte Miller Lacey. And I am super, super excited. We are standing right now in the Sherry Dorsey Walker Dream Chaser Gymnasium. And it is absolutely beautiful. Please tell us a little bit about I Am Your Sister's Keeper.
So I Am My Sister's Keeper is a mentoring program for young girls ages 6 to 24. I say 24 because we have girls who have graduated out of the program who are now ready to graduate out of college.
Wow.
So we're excited about that. So, but Stacey, let me take you on a tour.
Okay, I would love to. Okay, let's go. Wow, Miss Lacey, the gym was absolutely amazing. Tell us a little bit about this space.
So this is exciting.
Okay.
If you look around, this is the Nemours Hygiene Hub.
Nemours Hygiene
The Nemours
Hub.
Hygiene Hub. We definitely believe in collaborations and working with different organizations. And I'm going to tell you, this has just come about by one of our parents said, Miss Lacey, what do you need me to do?
Okay.
And I said, I want to build a hygiene hub. She said, I got you. I came back and what you see is what her and her husband and father put together.
This is absolutely amazing.
And then after that, all the supplies started coming. We had the Deltas that brought supplies. We had Walmart bringing supplies,
Wow.
and we still need more supplies. So this is multifunctional. So we have things for our young men as well as our young ladies, and hopefully soon we're going to have some things for our seniors.
That is just incredible.
So we're really excited about this room. We have some people that are going to come in, and this will be open to the community.
Wow.
So we're setting the time. We're going to set that time next week where they'll be able to come in and at least get a month's worth of supplies.
That is just phenomenal.
So we're excited.
Well, I'm excited too. Let's take a look at the literacy room.
Okay, let's go. Stacy, this is opening the door to the new Potter Anderson Literacy Center. Come on, let me show you.
All right. Wow, look at this.
Isn't it exciting?
It is exciting.
We're excited. We're excited. We're so excited because we saw on the news with the numbers about the literacy and how the kids aren't reading. What can we do?
Right.
How can we help? And I am my sister's keeper in the MSK Community Center. If you see our tagline, it says bridging the gap between home, school, and the community.
Very nice.
What better way can we do that but bringing books?
Yes.
The love of reading back. So this week we're celebrating Read Across America Week right here in the Potter Anderson Literacy Center.
How awesome. Yes. How awesome.
Joy is a partner at Potter Anderson.
Okay.
But Joy is so much more to I Am My Sister's Keeper and the MSK Community Center. Anyone that she can connect us to or partner with, she has been doing this on her own.
Wow.
Just for the last 5 years. Anytime we have a Christmas drive, she adopts family. We had to put Joy's Corner here. And what you see are the computers, one from Joy, one from Potter Anderson, about the reading. She just brings so much joy to this, and that's her name,
Joy,
to this organization. And we're just so grateful to her for what she has done. So that's why you see Joy's Corner. Yes. And
Awesome.
it leads right into our arts and crafts area also, which is a part of the Literacy Center.
Wow.
What you see here is a combination of things that the girls do when we go on our retreats. So our president of the Dover chapter is from Bermuda. And in Bermuda, they have a kite thing that they do. So each girl, 2 girls or 3 girls or a group worked on the kites, and that's what you see. Last year, our rites of passage was mind, body, and spirit. These are the 3 winners for that. Each year it changes. If you see down here where it says live, laugh, and love, we're coming around to that. I'm gonna take that out so the girls won't be able to put back what they see that's there. But the same thing are from the panels that are here. 2 girls worked on each panel. So it didn't belong to any of them. It belongs to all of us. And this is the work that you see from their sisterhood working together.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Charlotte, for the tour.
Most definitely.
This I Am My Sister's Keeper Community Center is amazing. It's just amazing. And I know that the community is going to really utilize the resources with the health center and the literacy center and the gymnasium. Everything is just wonderful. So thank you so much for having me here
Thank
today.
you for coming.
And please, everyone, please donate to the I Am My Sister's Keeper for Do More 24. Ms. Charlotte, do you have anything you want to add?
Yes, please donate. But you know, Stacey, donations come in many forms. It comes in as resources, it comes in as funds, it comes in as you coming in and volunteering and seeing where you fit at in this community center. This community center is for everyone, from toddlers to our precious seniors. And we want everyone to feel like they've been heard and they've walked away with a resource when you leave the MSK Community Center. So you can donate, and please donate for Do More 24, but we're gonna be here after that. So come in and see what we're doing and see where you fit in. You can come into the MSK Community Center at 1009 Sycamore Street, Wilmington, Delaware, 19805, or you can go on our website at www.iammsk.org to reach out to us. You can follow us on all social media at MSKRITES.
Wow. Ms. Lacey, thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Stacey.
Thank you
I
for the
appreciate
work that you're doing.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thanks a lot for that, Stacy. I Am My Sister's Keeper. Congrats on everything you're doing, and hopefully you have a lot of fun and success with the Do More 24 Delaware campaign. And with that, we're actually going to feature a Teach for America video. So take a look at that. and we're going to keep this thing rolling as we are into the overnight hours of Delaware's largest giving day. Teach for America.
My name is Tamara Smith, and I have the honor of serving as the Executive Director of Teach for America Delaware. Too many to count in my almost 20-year career in education. I would say both similarly, both when I was a teacher and a school administrator, and even now with our current core members and alumni educators, the most impactful moments that I've seen or experienced myself are, one, seeing the relationship building with students that not only lead to building in the self-esteem and trust between teacher and student, but then naturally lead to academic gains and scores. Like one of the key things that I've always told teachers, and I learned early on in my career, is that you can create the most rigorous lesson, have the most deep felt plans and heartfelt plans to bring your students to year and a half up in growth. But none of that happens, no growth happens without building a relationship with students. So what's always really powerful to me, whether in a school building that I was leading or also as the executive director, is seeing our teachers and hear them talk about the relationships they build with students, how it makes them feel good about themselves, the trust they build, so that not only can they reach students academically to bring them up and really ensure they have everything they need to really achieve academically, but also just to see like the two genuine relationships that just make everything worthwhile for a student attending school. My name is Tamara Smith, and I have the honor of serving as the Executive Director of Teach for America Delaware. Too many to count in my almost 20-year career in education. I would say both similarly, both when I was a teacher and a school administrator, and even now with our current core members and alumni educators, the most impactful moments that I've seen or experienced myself are, one, seeing the relationship building with students that not only lead to building in the self-esteem and trust between teacher and student, but then naturally lead to academic gains and scores. Like one of the key things that I've always told teachers, and I learned early on in my career, is that you can create the most rigorous lesson, have the most deep felt plans and heartfelt plans to bring your students to year and a half up in growth. But none of that happens, no growth happens without building a relationship with students. So what's always really powerful to me, whether in a school building that I was leading or also as the executive director, is seeing our teachers and hear them talk about the relationships they build with students, how it makes them feel good about themselves, the trust they build, so that not only can they reach students academically to bring them up and really ensure they have everything they need to really achieve academically, but also just to see like the two genuine relationships that just make everything worthwhile for a student attending school. My name is Tamara Smith, and I have the honor of serving as the Executive Director of Teach for America Delaware. Too many to count in my almost 20-year career in education. I would say both similarly, both when I was a teacher and a school administrator, and even now with our current core members and alumni educators, the most impactful moments that I've seen or experienced myself are, one, seeing the relationship building with students that not only lead to building in the self-esteem and trust between teacher and student, but then naturally lead to academic gains and scores. Like one of the key things that I've always told teachers, and I learned early on in my career, is that you can create the most rigorous lesson, have the most deep felt plans and heartfelt plans to bring your students to year and a half up in growth. But none of that happens, no growth happens without building a relationship with students. So what's always really powerful to me, whether in a school building that I was leading or also as the executive director, is seeing our teachers and hear them talk about the relationships they build with students, how it makes them feel good about themselves, the trust they build, so that not only can they reach students academically to bring them up and really ensure they have everything they need to really achieve academically, but also just to see like the two genuine relationships that just make everything worthwhile for a student attending school.
All right, well, thanks for that. We wanted to make sure that you definitely saw it, so we looped it a little bit there. If you happen to wonder why that was playing over, but that, can't be too careful. Want to make sure you get the gist of that. And we have a lot of more content coming up. Jackie's going to be joining me in a little bit. But before that, I had an opportunity to go and be a part of and actually MC the Delaware Pro Start final, the competition there down at the Chase Center, and give you an inside look at how that whole thing went down. It's culinary, it's management, it's the whole thing. And Delaware is kind of a big deal on the national stage when it comes to Pro Start. So I hope you enjoy this inside look at the Delaware Pro Start final competition. Hey guys, Christopher Bruce here with King Creative, Mr. Delaware Gives, and today I'm going to give you guys an inside look at the Delaware Pro Start competition. We're going to be seeing it all go down. We're going to be talking to some of the competitors, some of the mentors, the judges, you name it, as they compete for the state championship of Delaware Pro Start, both on the cooking and management side, front and back of house, all represented, and one of them will go on to compete in the national final. We are underway, cooking as well, in process. Things are really rocking and rolling here at the Pro Start competition. Now, Alex, the program coordinator, again, with National for Pro Start, talk to us again, if you can reiterate these chefs behind us that are making it happen. Why is this so important for them?
They're learning life skills that they're going to be using forever. And doing this on full display in front of everybody, this is the height of competition. This is akin to sports players who spend all year practicing and get ready for the big game. This is the same exact thing, but with knives and forks.
It's also an opportunity to go to nationals. So this competition here in Delaware, the winner will go on to the national competition, which Delaware has done very well in over the years. So talk a little bit about that opportunity with nationals.
Oh, NPSI, the National Pro Start Invitational, it's amazing. It's hard to describe until you go there. The energy is just on another level, but we have hundreds of thousands of dollars of scholarship opportunities, the chance for students to network with industry experts and judges. It's just a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these students. And this year it's going to be in Baltimore, April 26th and 28th, and we are so excited to have everybody. So to learn more about ProStart and any other of the Foundation's programs, it's chooserestaurants.org. And then ProStart is also really implemented at the state level. So any of the state restaurant partners, in this case, the Delaware Restaurant Association, can provide more information about how ProStart functions here.
All right, so it is now about a minute. We have about a minute for Cesar Rodney, your reigning champs, to plate up and get their dishes to the judges. Pressure is on them. Everybody is coming for them. 4-time reigning champs. Can they do it a 5th time? Well, we're going to find out a little bit later. All right, the Delaware Pro Start competition is really one of the best programs in the state of Delaware, and Governor Carney, you've been supporting it for a long time. What is it that makes this program so special?
I think what makes it so special is that the participants, the students, get so excited and motivated, right? It's also incredibly important for our state because the hospitality industry, the restaurant industry, is really what makes life in Delaware fun and enjoyable. So if you don't have a robust hospitality, or restaurant and hospitality industry in your state, you're not going to have fun things to do. And in order to do that, you have to have good chefs, good restaurants, good management, and ProStart really gets that started at the high school level.
We have Senator Sarah McBride with us. So why are you here today? Why is this program so exciting?
Well, I'm here because today we're celebrating the future of Delaware. This competition is an incredible display of the creativity and talent that fills Delaware's schools, but of course the incredible talent that fills restaurants up and down Delaware, folks who are here judging this competition. I'm thrilled to be here because this is a celebration of the greatness of Delaware and the talent, creativity, and skill that fills our state.
All right, so I'm now here with Dr. Cheryl Klein from the University of Delaware. And listen, it's not just all about the cooking. We also have the management side of the competition, front and back house, all represented. So what is this part of the competition all about?
Well, I think this is the most exciting part. These students have prepared a concept for a restaurant. They marketed it. They designed their kitchens, and they're going to tell us how they're going to manage it and run it. So it's a great way to learn conceptual thinking. It's a great way to learn about design and how to operate a restaurant. And who knows, one day, one of these restaurants might actually happen.
ProStart is more than just cooking and management competition. They're also giving these kids opportunities with their college, career, and military fair. We've got all these booths that they can go up, learn about, and figure out next steps for them in their life. The judges have the dishes. You guys put your best effort in. How are you feeling after it all? I mean, right now we're just taking a break. We're relaxing. It was a lot of work. So how are you feeling after handing that dish off and now it's in their hands?
Very relieved. Oh my gosh. It was very stressful towards the end, so we're happy that we got the dish out and to those judges.
Absolutely. And how are you feeling about the dish? Like, what's your gut saying? And how are you feeling about your team's effort?
Honestly, our team's effort was like really good considering the time and like the amount of just the confidence that we had in the beginning was top on, and like we just kept it together and just worked together in the end.
Yeah, and what's the hardest part about this competition? What are some of the things you want to express that really makes this ProStart competition challenging?
I would say the space and the time, because it's like when you're used to working in a commercial kitchen with most stuff, it's like we have more space to move, but we have enough time to do what we need to do. But once you get here, it's like the timing runs away from you. Because it was literally, we had like 30 minutes. Then we had 2.
Like, where did the time go? Literally, it like vanished. It evaporated into thin air. But Howard, congratulations on putting in a great effort. Good luck. No matter how it shakes out, you guys should be proud of yourselves. And this program is amazing in helping you guys learn these skills, pushing yourselves to be better, not only in the kitchen, but in life, right? So that's awesome. Hey, just hanging out with Howard, waiting for the judges.
Well, I think ProStart is so valuable to students, not just because of this great leadership development in front of the whole day, but we want people to know and young students to know that there's so many opportunities in hospitality and in restaurants. You could cook, you could be an entrepreneur, you could manage restaurants, you could go into catering. So we spend equal amount of time both on the culinary side of the competition, but also on management.
And if people are looking to support the ProStart program or the Delaware Restaurant Association, what are some things you want to tell them so that they make sure that their dollars are going to something that really matters?
Yeah, I think there's so many ways you can support the Delaware Restaurant Association through our Delaware Restaurant Foundation. You can get involved in the classroom. It's as little as that. You could be a mentor to a school. You can invite them in and talk about opportunities. You can donate to our organization. I mean, we have multiple fundraisers throughout the year, multiple partners that also raise money for us and for our youth development programs. So there's a lot of different ways. I think you can go to our website. You can donate directly to us.
All right, well, there you have it. I hope you enjoyed this look at the Delaware ProStart competition. We saw it all, and congratulations to all the winners and every school that participated, both on the cooking and management side. Culinary, yum. Management, amazing. Great ideas, innovative, and who knows, one of those restaurant concepts might actually come together, and we'll be able to dine there real soon. So support the Delaware Restaurant Association and their foundation and this ProStart program right there on the Do More 24 Delaware platform. We appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed it. Like I said, I just hope I can dig into some of these plates because, man, your boy's hungry. Yeah, I'm hungry now just watching that again. That was awesome. And it was really a lot of fun. And it was an honor to be able to MC and help host that event. And congrats to Cesar Rodney. 5 times in a row is an incredible accomplishment. To do it twice, to do it 3 times, that's incredible. But to do it 5 times is amazing. And in case it didn't come across, Cesar Rodney has won the national competition. They won that 2 years ago. They got second place last year by only a half a point. So they are going to try to bring it back home to Delaware. And people are watching out for them because they have been a threat now for a few years. And it's going to be a lot of fun and very exciting to see how they do. So congrats again to everybody who took part in the Delaware Pro Star program. And we'll be watching to see how you guys do at Nationals. And with that, we're going to go to Stacy again. I think we have another video where she's out doing her thing. And we're going to find out where she is. Take a look at that. And after, we're going to be sitting down with Jackie McGee and having a little fun, talking a little bit about her career, some of her experience, and the importance and value of art in all of our lives.
Hello everyone, I am sitting here, this is Stacy, I'm sitting here with Bernice Edwards. She is the Executive Director of First State Community Action, and I'm so happy to be here with her today. She has been a pillar in the community, and the work that this organization does has been awesome, but I'll let her tell you a little bit more about that. Ms. Bernice, please share a little bit about what First State is and how First State impacts the community.
Thank you, Stacy, and thank you so much for having me today. First State Community Action Agency, we are celebrating 59 years of service here in the state of Delaware. Sussex County, we started in 1965, and we're still in existence today. First State Community Action Agency, we are anti-poverty agency, human service agency, working with families and individuals of low income, helping them to become self-sufficient. By saying that, we administer over 21 different anti-poverty programs. Those programs are designed to work with families, individuals, and communities to help them become self-sufficient. And one of the good things that I would say with Delaware Do More 24 this year could really help us with so many of our programs. We have after-school homework programs, we have culinary arts programs, we work with the school districts with Now We're Cooking. We have a reentry program where we work with inmates as they transition back into the communities to become viable citizens. We have emergency services where we help people, prevent them from homelessness. We prevent them from being evicted. We help with utilities to prevent shutoffs. We also have community development where we go into the communities, working with those communities, helping them to become self-sufficient, viable by providing them with the TNTA that's needed. Youth programs, we have the college career readiness, where we are working with our youth now, preparing them to go to college or a career, because not all kids are going to be going to college, but we want to make sure that the kids that we are working with become viable citizens and can maintain jobs that would be self-sufficient. So that's what we do, working with them at all times.
Wow, it sounds like you have quite a lot of work, huh?
Yes, we do. But just to be here to make sure that we are providing those valuable services, I think that's what's most important.
Absolutely.
To the communities, but also the individuals that we touch each and every day.
Yes, absolutely.
We have senior programs, we have senior employment, senior companion, we have a grant diversion, we have individuals with the grant diversion program, we can help them either repair their car or help them purchase a car to keep them from going on the town.
Oh my goodness. Well, it sounds like to me that it's such a wide range that it's a no-brainer to donate to First Aid, right?
Yes, it's a no-brainer.
Right? Because
no-brainer.
there's so many different areas that you are helping in youth development, with housing, preventing homelessness. You're helping with food insecurities. Like there's just the list goes on and on and on, right?
Most definitely, we have an emergency food closet that we partner with the food bank, and we provide families to come in and shop to the foods that they need, but we make sure that they have a list of whether it's grains, vegetables, fruits, all of the healthy eating.
Yes.
And that's our goal, is to make sure. But we also want to be able to provide them with the foods, give them some dignity when they come in.
Absolutely, absolutely. Ms. Bernice, thank you so much for taking time. I know you're very busy, but thank you for talking with us. Listen, everyone, please support First Aid Community Action. They're doing tremendous work, making a huge impact on the community, and I hope that you all will support them. Thank you, Ms. Bernice. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
All right.
Hey, all right, we are back, and we've changed it up a little bit. We've moved out of the command center, and we're getting a little cozier because I've got Jackie McGee coming on with me, and you might know her from the song "Make It Last Forever." She's done a lot of things. We're going to get into that. I pulled her out of bed for this, so Jackie, I appreciate you, coming and being a part of it, supporting. You know how it is. I love that. So Jackie, we're honored to have you on the show. You've done a lot of great things when it comes to, your career as an artist. And as you know, a lot of these nonprofits are arts focused, not all of them, but the arts are very important. And I wanted us to focus really about why the arts are so important. Maybe talk a little bit about, some of the fun things that you've done and the experiences you've had, and we can dig into some of that. And maybe some things to encourage, those that are trying to pursue this dream as well. So thanks again for coming on to support Delaware's largest giving day. Do More 24 Delaware. It's really a big deal. We've got the totals are coming in. I don't know exactly where we're at the moment, but we were in the almost $700,000 range.
Oh, wow.
Already we're trying to get to over 2 million by the end of the campaign. And we've got a bunch of hours to get it done. These overnight hours slow down a little bit because most people sleep, and you were, but I appreciate you coming in and being a part of it. And we power through. So Jackie, say hi to everybody.
Hey everybody. Wait, where am I supposed to be looking?
Right here, right
okay,
over here.
I'm looking here. Hey y'all.
This is Jackie McGee, everybody.
It's early.
It is early.
We sleepy, but we got it. Come on, Chris. What we talking about?
I could brag on you, all day. Obviously, the big track, with Key Sweat, Make It Last Forever. That's the best known, track for sure. But you've done a lot of other amazing things too. You toured the world with Toto, among other things.
Yes.
Talk to us a little bit about the ride you've been on.
Oh my gosh, the ride, crazy. Yeah. The ride was crazy. As we all know that we, as a kid coming up, kids have so many dreams.
Yeah.
And, you just dream about, I want to be a singer. I want to be this. I want to be that. I want to tap dance. I want to, be a fireman. I want to be a nurse, whatever. And you never think that you're really going to live your dream. And I remember watching Toto when, it must have been 1983. Toto won like all of these Grammys.
Right.
And I was like their biggest fan back then. So, you watching TV, you're not thinking that you'll ever sing with these people, nothing. Because you're like, okay, I'm from New York, but I grew up in Virginia.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm sitting in like Madison Heights, Virginia, looking crazy, like, oh, I wish I could, be there one day, not knowing that, let me see, I saw them in 83. I ended up singing with Toto in 1990.
Okay.
And that was, of course, after the Keith Sweat thing, but it's just, music is very important, period, to kids. We need that back. We need it back now. We need all of the fire that we used to have, to make the kids move, because they don't get to dream anymore. So, like what happened to me. Okay, so I'm gonna go back a little bit. What happened to me? I was in the marching band. I was singing chorales, everything with high school and junior high school, whatever. And then I had scholarships for college. And I was like, I don't want to go. I don't want to go to college. I want to go back to New York and I want to sing. I want to try.
That's what you want to do.
Right. Try it, my dream. So when I graduated, I went back to New York and I started like doing the local band, thing. My brother-in-law was in the music industry, so he kind of, guided me in. And I used to, be on the stage with New Edition, Atlantic Star, M2, made a lot of R&B groups, and still not thinking, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm just singing with these little, bands or whatever. I don't know what's gonna happen, not thinking. So by the time I'm 19, I meet who is now one of the biggest producers in R&B, Teddy Riley.
Yeah.
We were 19 years old and we decided we were going to put a band together.
So you two were both 19 at that time.
Yes, we both were 19.
You and Teddy Riley,
yes.
Which is wild. I mean, if you know Teddy, that's incredible, right?
Yeah.
So you two, the young, versions of yourselves getting together, you're going to put a band together.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. So we put this band together. And when I tell y'all we look crazy, we look crazy. Shiny pants. We look nuts. But
we got to recreate some of these outfits.
Yeah, we do.
Bring them back.
We do.
That could be fun.
We do. It would. And Chris is serious about this, y'all.
Yeah, I'm like,
all right. So we put a band together. We started touring around New York. We we did the 5 boroughs, trying to see what we were going to do. But Teddy was always doing other stuff. The stuff that he was doing, we didn't know, what he was doing, because he was doing a little hip hop. So he ended up doing the song with, I'm trying to think, it was The Show. Who did The Show? I'm trying to think. I'm going blank. Rapper. I'm trying to think. I'm going blank. Chris, you're supposed to know.
Oh, I know.
I'm like The Show. We supposed to know.
I wasn't ready for that. Oh, man.
But so all of his stuff started like kind of taking off, but we dispersed. We didn't know the
Slick
band.
Rick, I don't know. What are we talking about?
We almost in the you good. Wait.
But he definitely.
Yeah, no, it was who was with Slick Rick. See,
that's what it was.
You do, you know. It's
man, The Show.
the one that does the beatbox. Dougie Fresh. Dougie Fresh.
Oh, of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, so Dougie. All right.
Dougie.
It came out of nowhere. I wasn't ready. But
me.
yes, obviously, yes, The Show.
Yeah.
Dougie Fresh. I mean, that was his biggest thing. I mean, that really kind of brought him out, and that was it became a staple. I mean,
Right.
Really, you couldn't do anything without that dropping.
Right. So it was like we all went our separate ways, and I didn't even know that Teddy was doing all of this stuff. So
Right.
we go our separate ways, we doing whatever. And I'm still singing with, other bands. And I'm singing with this band, and a friend of mine, he comes in and he was like, I want you to meet this singer that was in my band. He's doing a record. And he wanted to meet you because he loves your voice. So I was like, okay. And it was Keith Sweat.
Yeah.
So, Keith wasn't Keith Sweat yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. He used to be in his band Jamila. So, he came and he talked to me after, and he was like, I love your voice.
Yeah.
Would you come to the studio? I'm working on some stuff. And, I was like, I'll think about it. So it took me like a whole month to go to the studio. He kept calling me.
All right, I'll do it.
Right. And I finally went to the studio. When I got to the studio, who was there? Teddy Riley. And I'm like, what are you doing here? And he's like, what are you doing here? And he said, I'm working on the project. So I said, okay. I felt more comfortable because I knew Teddy.
Yeah.
So it was like it was like, okay.
Things are starting to fall in line. It started to make sense.
Right. So the first song we did was Don't Stop Your Love.
Yeah.
And Don't Stop Your Love was like, this song is, popping now, okay. And Keith only had a single deal. Then we did I'm trying to think what song came next. I think it was I Wanna. And so when you're hearing these tracks, it's like, what is Teddy creating? Like, what is this new sound? It was crazy. And after we did I Wanna, here comes Make It Last Forever. And they had called me in and said, Jack, we have, a song we want you to sing on, try to sing on anyway. We want to see. And another young lady was there too. Her name was Vivian Sessoms. And they were like, we want to see, whose voice would work better on the track. So, I went in first to try, and that try was over. That was the history right there.
Yeah, that was it.
Make It Last Forever was done. Yep.
They're like, no, we're good. We got it.
Yes, we got it.
The other girl's like, but what?
I know. I'm sorry, Viv. I love you.
But
But Vivian still, she's a great,
This is what it was.
Right. It's, sometimes that's just, and people don't realize that's just, destiny. It's whatever is in with the stars or the clouds or the whatever for you is there. That's what your life is going to be. So we did Make It Last Forever. And then we just started doing, he had a single deal, and then we ended up doing an album. And we were all like, nobody's quitting their jobs. Like, we're not, nothing until something happens with the record. So I'm thinking nothing is going to happen with the song we did at all. But, I knew that the record was hot. I knew the album was hot. I knew,
if you could just get out, like, if you had a chance.
I was like, when this come out, it's going to be crazy. And Keith was signed to Vintertainment Electra Records. So we knew, he had a chance. So that when the record dropped, I was still working for ABC. I was working for ABC Radio. At the time, I used to work for ABC Sports and ABC Television. And Keith was working on Wall Street. So we were both saying, we're not, nobody's quitting no jobs until something happened with these records and whatever. So all of a sudden, the record blows up and it's out of here now. I mean, it's just going. So we go on the road.
Yeah.
And it was all she wrote from there. We
just kind of just the rocket ship launched.
Yeah. Yeah. It was crazy.
So what was that like? I mean, when obviously, you're going at it, you're doing it, and you get a hit like that. And it just sort of changes everything. What was that like for you in that moment? And then kind of how did it all shake out?
Well, when we did Don't Stop Your Love, we did the video at the Apollo. So that was already big, like, we at the Apollo, we doing this, we shooting a video at the Apollo. This is crazy.
You're like, this is legit.
Right.
This is happening.
Right. And then it was like, okay, we got to do Soul Train. When you hear Soul Train, that's like, okay, we really doing Soul Train.
Right.
We was watching Soul Train every Saturday whenever Soul Train came on, and now you on it. And it's like everything becomes so like surreal. It's like, wait a minute, is this happening? Is this real? And it goes so fast. It's like boom, 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 boom. This is what we got to do now. Now we shooting videos, and now we doing this. We got magazines, and we got, all these radio interviews. And it's like, wait a minute. But you still have to go back to that. Okay, y'all got to start these tours. So, when we started the tours, it was like, that was a whole, shock in itself, because you starting off, what we did was, and which was the best thing for anybody to do that's coming into business, I say start this way. You start at the smaller places. So we did the clubs first, and we went from hitting the clubs to the theaters, because now the record is moving. So we went from clubs to theaters to from theaters to arenas. And it was like, wow, we were doing, shows with Earth, Wind and Fire.
Yeah.
and everything just started getting big.
Yeah.
So it was us and Salt and Pepper. We had a tour in '88 called Slammin' '88, and it was Salt and Pepper, Keith Sweat, Rob Bass, Kid and Play, Heavy D and the Boys.
Yeah.
So
That's a lineup.
yeah, it was a lineup, and the show was hot. It was killing. Then we did tours with Tony. When they first came out, it was like Keith Sweat, Tony, Troop. I'm trying to remember who else was on the shows. And then it just keeps going. You doing all these big shows in these big arenas. Now everything, changes. The whole demographic changes. So I went from, Jackie that was working at ABC radio, helping the chick with the long hair down to her feet that, was rolling her eyes all the time to now I'm, Jackie that's singing and people are like, now you're in demand.
Right.
And it's all of this stuff is just happening fast. And then I was offered a record deal. So record companies started coming at me because Make It Last Forever, became a #2 Billboard song. So R&B Billboard charts song. So it was like, okay, now this is hot. She's hot. So, now we're going to do this. So I, long story short, I ended up getting a record deal. I ended up doing my deal with MCA Universal. And because I had like Capitol Records after me, Columbia, I think it was, I'm trying to remember, it was Warner Brothers, Warner was in there too, it was a few of them.
of the main players, right?
Yeah. And they all, it's a bidding war. Yeah. That's what happens, when you are, see, music is not the same now like it was.
Different.
Yeah, it's very different. You don't, the kids don't have to go through what we went through. And I think that's better to go that way because then you have a story. Now you have social media and, kids blow up on social media, or you don't even have to be a kid. You can be grown, blow up on social media. You have a following. Then record labels just, pick you up if you have enough followers and they see you're hot and whatever. So it's totally different, total different game. But when I got my record deal, I started working on my record, and once I finished my record, I'm trying to remember, how we did this and how it ended up with Toto. When I finished my record, they had so many people on MCA Universal. So let me tell you who the roster we had. We had when I tell you every group on the planet was on MCA. So we had not only Gladys Knight, Patti LaBelle, we had New Edition, BBD, Jody Watley, Eric B. So then you had all of Uptown Records, which was Mary J, Jodeci, Albie Shore, Father MC. I don't want to miss it. It was so many of us. Jeff Red. Oh my gosh, it was so many of us. Shantae Moore was on MCA. Yeah. It was so many artists. It was ridiculous. So now, they're playing this game. Okay, who we gonna put out right now? Who gets to come out?
Right.
And you only have 4 quarters. So for people that don't know the 4-quarter game, that's every 3 months. So you got the 12 months in a year. So every 3 months they have,
kind of have a whole strategy behind how they release.
Yeah. Or it's every 4 months. Every 4. Is it 4? No, 3. So they're doing this. Who we gonna put out? Who we gonna put out? Who's gonna be hot? So I get caught in the shuffle. So they're like, you know what? We're gonna let Jackie sit here for a second because we got to put Bobby Brown's single out. We got to put, Gladys Knight got a single. We need to put Jodeci out and some other people. So you get caught in the shuffle.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I was very disappointed, but I was like, okay, you know what? I got to figure something out to do
Right.
while I'm sitting. And I get a phone call. My girlfriend calls me and she says, she used to sing with me with Key Sweat. Her name is Jenny Douglas Foote. She said, Jackson, what do you think about this? And she was singing, she had stopped singing with Keith and she went out with she was out with Mick Jagger.
Mhm.
She was out with she toured with everybody. Oh my God, Pink. I think she might still be with Pink now. Cher, Janet, everybody. But at the time, she just started like spreading her wings and going
Yeah.
to these, the big tours. And she said, what do you think about doing Toto? And I was like, what you mean? She said, I got a call.
Yeah.
She had just finished doing Donny Osmond, and she said, I got a call for some singers for Toto. And she said, they asked me, did I know anybody, anybody else? And I told
Yeah.
them you. And they were like, we know her. And she was like, how do you know Jackie?
Yeah.
This Toto's management, how do you know her? And they were like, because we manage Vince Gill and he's on MCA. So, they had a country artist, Vince Gill, that was
Yeah,
signed to
of course.
MCA as well. So they knew who I was.
Right.
So they were like, oh, if you can get her, that would be ridiculous.
They were like, yeah, we love it.
Right. So because they used to manage too Rufus with Shaka Khan.
Gotcha.
So, and they did all the Cheryl Lynn stuff, a lot of stuff that Toto produced that people don't even know. And so I was like, I'm in. First of all, I was like, Toto who? Because I couldn't, I'm like, not the Toto that I loved, that I was watching.
Can't be the same.
Right.
That can't be the same. That'd be too crazy.
Right. Crazy. So I was like, I'm in. I didn't even call. When I tell y'all, I didn't even call MCA to find out if it was okay. I was just like, I'm in.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
I can do it. Yeah, right. They're not putting my record out yet.
That's on them.
Right. So I was like, I'm in. I want to do it. And I had just finished recording a song with Salt and Pepper. And it was called Expressions, Express Yourself, which became a #1 record in 1990, the same time I was about to go out with Toto. The song became a #1 record. It was their first #1 record on Billboard, on the Billboard hip hop charts.
Okay.
And it remained #1 for 8 weeks. Platinum single, then went to double platinum.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? And I got in trouble for that. I just want y'all to know I got in trouble for singing that song, doing that song with Salt and Pepper, because I wasn't supposed to. But
well, it was a good move out, for you.
Yeah.
Ultimately.
I was like, I want to do a hip hop song,
Yeah.
and Herbie Lovebug called me and he was like, Jack, can you do a favor for me? And I said, yeah. So I went to the studio and he was like, I need you to help me fix this record. And he had me and another producer, Stanley Brown, who worked with Christopher Williams. He did Don't Wake Me, I'm Dreaming and all that. We had the same manager. So we, went in to fix the record, help fix this record. And Expressions came out of it.
Yeah. So you ultimately, took it from where it was, which something they liked it, but it wasn't clicking.
Yeah.
And then you came in, did your thing,
Yeah.
and it became what it is.
Yeah. It was like, okay, we need the pen and a pad. You know how that is, Chris, because you're a writer.
Yeah.
So, it was like, okay, we gotta fix this. We gotta fix this. And you're not thinking when you're doing a little whatever, and you sing and express yourself. You gotta be you and only you, babe. You're not thinking this is gonna hit.
That's gonna be the thing.
And it hit, it blew up, platinum record. So now this song is out, it's a platinum record, it's a hit. I'm going on the road with Toto. So I'm not even thinking about a Salt and Pepper record. I'm like, it's Toto. This is rap.
Yeah, I'm going on the road with Toto.
What? It was like, this is rap. This is what I want to do. I'm like, Georgie Porgy, Hold the Line, Rosanna,
all that.
Africa.
Of course.
So soon as I get to rehearsal, so I fly to LA. I'm from New York. So I was in New York. I fly to LA. We're in rehearsal.
Yeah.
And I'm in there like, I can't believe I'm in here with Toto. And I'm being like the biggest fan.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there like, oh my gosh, I'm singing with Toto. And when we started rehearsing, I can't even remember what song we started first. I think it was Africa. and you just hear. Let me tell y'all, the production of these rock groups or these bigger groups is totally different from when you're doing an R&B show.
This is big.
It's huge.
Yeah, it's yeah.
So when when you hear doom 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 doom, you're like, oh my God. And right.
It's the
like,
whole thing.
Right. That's what you keep saying. Oh my gosh. And David Page is sitting, and it's like David Page is sitting right there.
Yeah.
And he's playing piano and he's like, hey, you ready to do these vocals? We already know who you are. You're freaking incredible. We're going to kill this. Da, 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 da.
Yeah.
So now you're sitting here, you're talking to David Page, you're talking to Steve Lukather, one of the baddest guitar players that I know. Jeff Porcaro, Mike Porcaro. Steve Porcaro wasn't in the group at the time, and Steve did a lot of stuff because the Toto was studio musicians first,
right?
And they played on everybody's record, everybody you can think of, Miles Davis, Eric Clapton, oh my gosh, everybody. When I actually got to go on the road, when we were going on the road, I ended up meeting another one of my favorite singers ever. And I'm sitting here going blank because I'm doing that nighttime blank thing.
It is. Well, what time is it? Actually?
Yeah, right. What time is it?
2:38 in the morning.
Is it 2:38?
And not that we're counting, not that we're keeping track.
Right.
But yeah, no, this is awesome. So we appreciate it. Yeah. So
So wait a minute. I'm trying to. Okay. So Michael McDonald.
Oh yeah.
We're on the road, and Michael McDonald sung on I can't remember what Toto song he sung on, but I'm a huge Michael McDonald fan. Sure. And we were somewhere on the road, and Michael McDonald needed some singers, and he asked Toto, could me and my girlfriend, sing background for him for that night or whatever, just to help him out.
Yeah.
I was like, what? Can we?
You're like, I mean, if we have to.
Right. That's really like.
No, this is awesome. It's like you're living your dream. You're doing what you love. And these opportunities are happening
like crazy.
It's just clicking.
It's crazy. And the crazy thing is, I'm very, very hip hop, y'all. Right. All day. I'm a hip hop girl. But then I'm a rock chick at the same time. And I love 80s rock. Like that was my thing. And some of the 90s stuff. So when you have Eddie Van Halen walking through the door, you're like, am I sitting in the room and Eddie Van Halen just walked in the door? And he was the sweetest, sweetest man ever. Yeah. Such a sweetheart. Little skippy sneakers, jeans. And he's like, hey, and he's hugging such a, beautiful person. You're like, these are the rock kings. Like are you kidding me? Yeah. You're like, oh my gosh, it's Van Halen, whatever. So for me, it was such, singing with Toto. I was with Toto for 2 years, off and on. We stopped and then we went back out on the road. But my record got pushed back for 2 years, and when I was singing with Toto, it was like that was a whole nother life. It was a whole nother life. I got to sing a lot of lead. I did a song with Toto. And y'all can go on YouTube, pull up all the Toto stuff from 1990 through 92. You'll see me,
right in there with them.
Right in there. I'm doing, solos. I did a song with them called English Eyes.
Yeah.
English Eye. And me and Steve Lukather are wilding on stage. Y'all gonna love the video. Go watch it.
Go
check it out. And the whole we were in Paris, so we had a video done from Paris. So it was like all the songs, and people can go and pull up, Hold the Line from 1990 through 1992, English Eyes, Georgie Porgy, um, what's my song? I'll Be Over You, because I'm trying to remember all the songs, and you'll see us
There's a lot of
singing,
good
and we
stuff
just
there, so
sang it.
check that
Yes,
out.
it is. It is.
That's fun.
It is fun, and I mean, and then it was back to, okay, I got to go back and sing. I got that call, and it was like, okay, you got to come back. You got to sing. You need to go back out with Keith Sweat, and I'm like, why? What do I need to go back out with Keith for? Why? And because you're still an R&B singer, and that was your root. So we need you to come back so you can sing with Keith before your record drop.
To help set that up. So
Right.
I was just going to get to that. So meanwhile, your record had gotten kind of been sitting off to the side. So we're ready now for hopefully something to happen with it. All right.
Right. And we're like, now we praying. So it was time for my record to be released. So Herbie Lovebug that produced Salt and Pepper, Kid and Play, Kwame, who else did he have? I'm trying to think. Herbie had a few artists, a lot of hits. He ends up doing on my record the first single that we put out.
Okay.
And it's called Skeezer. I did not want to do this song, y'all. I love the song, but I wasn't the risque, chick. We wore the bustiers and the crazy stuff on stage, but it was never, that risque stuff. And all of a sudden now, I'm at my first single, and I have cages for my video, and my girls, my dancers, they got on all this sexy stuff. And I'm like, and they pull out this little outfit, and they were like, so Jackie, I was like,
No.
Can't do it. I can't do it.
This isn't who I am. This isn't me. And you're trying to but this is part of the problem with the industry, right? They just sort of push people into those lanes.
Yeah. It was like, I would have probably been that first Beyonce before she was Beyonce, like that whole sex symbol thing. And the crazy thing is, the video came out incredible. Spike Lee's wife is in it. She's in one of the cages. She wasn't his wife at the time. That's how she met Spike on my video shoot. And
the outfit caught his attention.
Yeah, I'm sure. And the ponytail. She got a long blonde ponytail in the cage, and you have, sex ain't nothing but appeal, and they skis, everybody else. So the song is number one on the box. I don't know if people remember Video Music Box from that era.
Yeah.
But it was number one on the box for I don't know how long. I don't even remember what it did on Billboard. It didn't go to like top 20, but it charted. And then it was like, okay, no, you know what? We need to put out another single. So we're gonna put the single out with you and Keith Sweat. So I was like, okay, that's more.
More in my lane.
Yeah,
It's more where we're at.
I was like, the booty shorts was not me. So we put out It Hurts
Like, if I gotta
Me.
wear booty shorts, so does Keith.
Right.
It's not happening, basically.
Right. So it wasn't happening.
Right.
So we put out It Hurts Me, my second single, and now It Hurts Me is doing really well. It's climbing the charts. It's doing really well. And we doing Soul Train. We doing, this, we doing that. And the crazy thing about it, with being on a huge label like that, they always they still scrambling. Who we gonna put out? What song we gonna put out? So that's the other things that, people don't know about the industry. Everything has to be planned. You have your marketing team, you have your, the team that does radio, your promotion team. And they really do sit in meetings and say, okay, this is what we need you to do. We have an idea for this. We have a, idea for that.
Yeah.
And then they kind of push you into these, directions that maybe you should do this, maybe you should do that. But let me go back a little bit. When I got my record deal, this is crazy. When I got my record deal, Andre Harrell, and for people that don't know who Andre Harrell was Andre Harrell started Uptown Records, and he masterminded that whole everything. He had Albie Shore, Jodeci, Mary J. Blige. Puffy was with him at the time because he was, he was working there, and actually Puffy wanted to produce my record.
Yeah.
And he asked, he was like, I want to do Jackie's record. I want to, and the president of the label was like, no, and do I think that Puffy would have did like a crazy, ridiculous record? Yes. He would have produced the heck out of the record. But, they were like, no, no, we don't. It was like I was untouchable because I came in and I had this big deal and,
Right.
and I was like, well, how come I'm so untouchable and everybody else's record is out and mine is not
Yeah,
out, right? So it's like,
not adding up.
No, wasn't adding up. But to be fair with, all the things that go on, sometimes you have all these great, things that just drop in your lap and you really don't know how to handle them.
Right.
So going back to Andre Harrell, Andre started managing me when I got my record deal with MCA, and he came to me with this wonderful idea to be, at the time I thought he was crazy, to be the queen of the ghetto, the queen of hip hop soul.
Yeah.
And he was like, Jack, I'm telling you, money, yo, this would be ridiculous. Yo, you would kill it. The shrimp earrings, this and that. And I was like, what? Because I was always eclectic. I was the village girl. And I'm like, that's not me. Yeah, I'm New York, I'm Bronx, all day Harlem. But I was like, I don't want to do that. Because now you in your mind, you're like, I'm singing with Toto. Like,
yeah, why would I do that?
Why would I do that? I don't want to do that. Right. And he was just not feeling me with that. He was so mad at me.
He was like, this is good.
And then
he had a vision.
Right. And that vision went to Mary J. Blige. And Mary's my girl. So I'm telling y'all, I love Mary. That's my baby. It was for her anyway.
Yeah.
It wasn't for me.
The idea was solid, but
Right.
he just had the wrong vehicle.
Right.
Wrong person.
Right.
But obviously it worked for her.
Right.
Clearly.
Yeah. And it did. It worked for Mary. And I'm happy for Mary because it was, it fit Mary more too, that whole thing. And I don't think they did it right away with Mary, but then she grew into it
evolved,
and it was like, that's perfect. That's who she is, because she, she pulls in that whole crowd of, we might live in the projects, but we all can identify. And, it's the songs of hurt and, love and all of that, which I had that as well. But I didn't feel that was my lane. I felt, I always wanted to be the extra rock chick, R&B rock chick, so I was trying to find my Tina Turner. Right. That was me. So, long story short, of course, I didn't stay with Andre Harrell, but I still, to this day, I think about all the great things that he, talked to me about. And he believed in me when I didn't believe, who I could be,
Yeah.
So it's like, you don't know. And sometimes you make decisions and then you're like, should I have done that? Am I mad at myself? And then I'm like, no, I ain't mad at myself. No, I'm good. So we went on and, my record was out.
Yeah.
My record was doing well. And my third single was about to drop. And then they were like, okay, we need you to come back in the studio, start album number 2. I'm like, wait a minute, we didn't even finish album number 1. So I went back in the studio and I started working on my second album. And by this time it was like, okay, am I getting over this record label stuff? Because it is wear and tear.
Yeah.
No lie, it's wear and tear. And if you want to be in this business, you have to be strong, because you're going to have a lot of down times where it's not your time. It's not your time. That's not for you. You know, you might not believe that something, you don't see yourself in something, you know, and it doesn't mean that you failed. And that's what I want people to understand. That saying's out there.
Yeah,
Please don't ever think that.
Don't be discouraged.
Right. Don't get discouraged. Don't ever feel like you failed because, oh, you might have missed that moment, you know, and somebody else got it. It's okay, you know, because our journey is our journey. Whatever it is, you know, that your journey is supposed to be, your journey is going to be your journey. Not unless you take, you know, some other wrong turns somewhere and then you end up, you know, doing something else, which a lot of people do. You know, a lot of people get discouraged and, you know, they, you know, start drinking, they start doing XYZ, and we like, no, we don't want that.
Right.
No. So, you know, you just have to hang in there and say, I'm going to do what I believe in.
Yeah.
I'm going to, you know, I'm going to just stick to what I believe in, regardless of if you're a huge mega, you know, what they call stars, or you just, you know, your regular Jackie Joe, whoever, singing in your town, singing around the States. You know, I went to Europe a lot with Toto and with Keith, and myself, I ended up, after, of course, my second album never came out. It was ready. Everything was ready to go. I got dropped from the label. I was like, okay, you know what? And I was actually having a baby. So I was like, I want to have my child. That's it. You know, I'm good.
What happens to that label or that album?
Nothing.
That's the crazy thing, right? You did all that.
You do all of that, and the record is just,
and they own it,
sitting in the,
it sits there itself.
They own it, and it sits there, and it's just like all that music, you know. Then it's nothing you could do, you know. You can't
recreate some of that,
right? No.
You know?
If you did recreate it, because they own the masters,
right?
You know, they would have to get a piece of it.
Sure.
So when they let me go off the label, you know, I was having a baby, and
Yeah.
I was like, and they didn't let me go because I was having a baby. They let me go because they let 15 of us go. And Jody Watley was one of them. Eric B was one of them. Me, it was a lot of us that got dropped off the label, because what happens with record labels is when you have a shift of a whole new crew coming in to run the label, they sit down and they say, okay, who's hot and who's not right now? What's her numbers? What's his numbers? Okay, what's the numbers over there?
Drop.
Right. And then they say, okay, you know what? We're gonna have to drop them, because now they're looking at, you know, the money, and are we making money or not? Now with me, they made money, you know, and they made their money back. But they told me, oh, you're $1 million in the hole, $1.1 million in the hole. And I was like, really? If my record was almost gold, there's no way that I'm $1 million nothing in the hole, because at the time, album CDs were $15 a pop. So, you know, times that by 400,000. So always do the math, y'all. Always do the math. And because the math don't add up, and you know, they make you like,
math wasn't mathing.
It wasn't mathing. And you know, when they're like, oh, you owe us, and I send my attorney back into, I don't know, tell him no, you know, no. So we ended up leaving on great terms. I didn't owe that money, and I was able to go to another label, but I was being mommy, and I went to school for cosmetology. I was like, maybe I'll open a salon. I'm gonna go to school for cosmetology, and I don't know if I want to sing right now. And then I kind of sit back for a minute, and I'm in cosmetology school, and I get a phone call.
Yeah.
Because I'm still a writer, and I'm a writer on MCA Publishing. So MCA Universal Publishing, I'm still a writer. So I get a phone call from my publisher, and her name was Kim Jackson, and she said, okay, somebody called me, and there's two things. She says, a few people that called me. So she said, there's two things up in the air, and they want to know, would you be interested in doing? And I was like, what? She said, so would you be interested in singing with the Brand New Heavies or the Family Stand? And I like both groups.
Right.
And I'm like, wait a minute. The Family Stand was kind of, like black rockish a little bit, and then da 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 da. I'm saying, I'm seeing things in my head. I'm like, oh, that would be hot. And then, the Brand New Heavies, they were more, because I think the Brand New Heavies, they originated in the UK, and they had that soul, UK sound, which I loved. And long story short, I chose the Family Stand, and I got with the producers, the two other members of the group who are the producers.
Yeah.
Who are the producers of? They produce a lot of acts. They did "Blowing Kisses in the Wind" for Paula Abdul. They did "Rush Rush." They did all these big records. And
They were involved. They were doing it.
Yeah, they were big, but then they had their band, the Family Stand. So I ended up, getting with them, and the record was through Warner, and we did this great record called "Connected." A ridiculous record. We had so much fun doing this record. We recorded the whole album live at Electric Lady Studios, which was the guitar player, what's his name? Here we go with the nighttime blanks.
Oh my goodness.
Hendrix.
Jimi
Hendrix. Thank you.
That really
Yes.
that was pretty. You couldn't find Jimi Hendrix in a little. Okay, all right. So that's where we're at. It is almost.
Right.
Yeah. But yes,
right.
Jimi Hendrix.
Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix studio in New York is called Electric Lady.
Yeah.
So we did the whole album live there, and the album was an incredible album. We do the first single. This is part of Warner. So we're walking in the mall, and my son is like 3 years old, and he's pulling me, mommy, and I'm like, and he's pointing at the Warner store.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you want to go in the store? And he's like, mommy, it's you.
Look, mommy.
Right. And he's like, and the video is playing, our video is playing, because the Warner stores, which I think they ended up changing them later to the Disney stores or whatever, but they used to play all of their, artists, on their big screen, there's screens in there. So I was playing, where the Family Stand is playing, and I'm like, oh man, that's us. You get like
fun.
all hyped up again. And I mean, we went to Europe, and we were touring around New York, doing stuff in New York, the little places now. One of our great friends, lead singer of Living Color, Corey Glover, he was singing. We was all singing together. Corey was doing a solo record. So we were all doing, we were doing little shows around New York, and then we started doing shows, elsewhere, but we ended up going to Europe, and they lost their complete minds, because it's like, oh, Jackie McGee is with the Family Stand, and they love the Family Stand in Europe. So we ended up, talking about a tour for Europe, and the record label funded a tour for Europe and was like, okay, y'all get ready to go on tour. We're ready. Next thing we know, we're not going on tour again.
Right.
What happened? What happened to the tour?
Yeah. What's going on here?
Right. So these are the things that happen with, with labels, and, there's nothing you can do. You get disappointed, but then it's like, find the next thing that you're going to do. Find that.
You gotta adjust.
You have to, because if you don't, you will, you just, I can't do this anymore. And, you'll just give up. And I did get to that point where I was like, okay, I had enough. I had enough of this. This is getting on my nerves now. And I started doing artist development in maybe 90. I'm trying to remember. Maybe 90. Well, I started doing artist development with an artist that's very well known. I'm not going to say the person's name, but it was short-lived. But, and then that kind of opened the door for me to do artist development. And I was doing artist development with, artists on and off. And I was like, you know what? I can't do the singing thing for now. and I started doing artist development.
Yeah.
I just took a back step because I was like, okay, we don't know what's going on with this record. We don't know what we're gonna do.
Right.
So I just started doing artists more, and I started singing jingles for television.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's where, because it's like I said, it's avenues, regardless of what.
Yeah.
If you're down on one thing, go to the next thing. It's like, it's going to always be something,
Yeah, it kind of cycles.
Yeah.
You got to just keep finding it.
You got to keep finding. You got to keep finding where you can fit in, and you just keep working.
Yeah.
And I had a great career, and I still have a career. I chose to be mommy. And it was like, so I have my 2 sons now, and Chris knows I have a daughter.
Yep.
And my daughter is diabetic. She has type 1 diabetes.
Yeah.
And I'm still doing music, and I'm actually working on a record now.
Yeah.
And also Chris and I are working together.
Yeah, we got a little something going.
Yes. So it's, you don't know where you're going to end up. You don't know, who you're going to work with, but you know that you had the experiences, and you're going to continue to have experiences, and your life is just going to be, it's going to be roller coaster, but you're going to have all of these amazing stories when your kids, have kids, and your grandma and grandpa. And it's like, then you start telling these stories. Wow. Right. So my daughter she tells me this the other day, your buddy, she says, Mommy, so, people know your voice like everywhere. Everybody knows your voice because, Make It Last Forever still plays to this day. It plays on the radio every 5 seconds, like it came out yesterday. We have a whole new generation that, loves that record. So, that's a big, huge plus for us. And even, Salt and Pepper, we have classics, which is amazing that we have these classic records. But Madison says, so so everybody knows your voice. It'd be nice if we were walking down the street and people recognize you again. And I was like, does that matter? And she was like, she said, no, but it would be nice, because she's a huge,
nice.
Yeah, she said it would be nice. So I said, you never know. In time, again, things.
You're working on some things. You're getting it going.
Yeah.
You're putting some stuff in there, and about getting ready to put it out into the world. So who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah.
And you never know, and that's part of the journey, right? The artist journey, and you got to kind of. It's not an easy journey.
No,
it's a very difficult.
Not at all.
You need a lot of talent. You need a lot of hard work, but a little bit of luck goes a long way. A lot of luck, really, in a lot of cases. So a
lot of praying,
before I send you back and you can go back to bed here. What would you tell people listening? Like, if you're an artist, or if you're interested in supporting the arts, why is it so important? And what, for that artist, what can you just tell them? What was the one piece of encouragement you'd say?
I'm really, in all honesty, because I do artist development, I'm like, find who you are first.
Yeah.
Find that person that you want to be. Even if you like different, voices, find that voice. So say you like, you love Tina, or you love, Michael McDonald, or I'm just saying all these, older singers that's how we learn, or you like Joe Cocker or whoever. Find who you like, but don't mimic them.
Right.
Find your own voice, your own place, and and be comfortable. The thing that makes you that person that stands out amongst, the rest, that'll make you have that thing, is for you to be your own, individual self. So if you sound like everybody else, you're not going to go far with that.
Right, because you're not going to separate.
Right.
You're not going to differentiate. You got to find a way to stand out.
Right.
There's a lot of noise.
Right.
How are you going to be heard?
Right.
And finding your voice, finding your sound is a really important
that's
thing.
right. You have to find your sound. You have to and then the other thing is you be confident in who you are, but be ready to take constructive criticism, because a lot of us when we're younger. We don't want that, that constructive criticism. And I learned from a lot of people and watching and going on the road with so many, people that my brother-in-law used to take me on the road with him. And that's how I learned, and the biggest thing that I've learned being out there is just sometimes just sit back and listen. Listen to what is being said, and don't be that person that want to be, like, oh, you get one little record and you the diva or the whatever the guys are called. You become this, oh, I know everything. I'm this. No, sit back and always be that humble person. That humble you. But do whatever. If you dance crazy. Put on your craziest outfit and sing. Don't be scared to do nothing. You live. Don't be scared to go and sing at these little, small places, at malls, at if the bookstore got a little acoustic thing that they want to do every once a month, you go look for these things and say, I want to sing. Yeah, find your opportunities. Coffee shops, whatever. You find a little, guitar player, a little piano player that might want to do it with you. You find these little opportunities and say, I'll do it at the spring flings, whatever, on a telethon.
Yeah, something like this.
You know what I'm saying? And because it's so important for kids to still dream. And a lot of kids, they're losing sight of dreaming, and they can't dream anymore. They don't see it. They don't see a future.
It's also instant.
It's so
you're so
instant.
distracted by that you don't actually take those steps back to imagine.
And then they have this.
Well, that's what I mean.
And it's IG, TikTok, and I need to.
So you're so absorbed by that you don't, like you said, you're not dreaming, you're not imagining, you're not thinking of possibilities.
And you're comparing. Now you're looking at this and you're comparing yourself to what this is.
Yeah.
And it's like, what is that? So
it's very different.
Yeah.
So
you got to become your own you.
And, that's a great message right there. So become
your own you.
And with that, Jackie, thank you so much for sitting down with us.
You're welcome, Chrissy Chris.
Joining the broadcast for Delaware's largest giving day. Do More 24 Delaware. We are rolling. It is now 3 and change, 3:08, which means it is also the 3 a.m. Magic Hour Power Hour, sponsored by the United Way of Delaware, meaning we have $2,000 available. The first 20 nonprofits to get a donation of any amount in this hour are going to get $100. So that'll get eaten up really quickly. I know a lot of the nonprofits are strategizing around that. So I'm sure as soon as 3:01 hit or 3 o'clock hit, they were jumping on it. But you might still have a shot. It is late. Get those donations in, and hopefully you'll be able to support your nonprofit by getting them one of those Power Hour awards sponsored by the United Way of Delaware. First 20 nonprofits to get a donation in this hour, getting an extra $100 just for doing it. So that's awesome. The next Power Hour is going to be at 5 a.m.
Wow. 5 o'clock?
Yeah, well, that's, we're just rolling. We're going all the way to 6 p.m.
And you're up.
All the
and
way.
That's what I'm saying. And you're up like this right now.
Yeah, we got to try to be. So in that, we also have, I guess, Stacy, we're going to go. Okay, so we're going to transition up to that. So maybe we're going to thank our sponsors. We're going to shoot that. And then we're going to set ourselves up for some more of Stacy's adventures. So thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being a part of it. Go to domore24delaware.org. Find the nonprofits that kind of resonate with you. Support them. Donate. Join and share. Yes. It's all part of Delaware's largest giving day. And again, thanks to our sponsors. Take a look at this and, send them some love too. All right, we're back up in our Do More 24 Delaware Command Center. It was really awesome to sit down with Jackie McGee and hear a little bit about her story and encouraging all of us just to really, whether you're an artist or not, find you. You know, what makes you special? Own it. Be your authentic self. It's a beautiful thing. And we are keeping things rolling. We're a little over $700,000 raised so far on the campaign. And that is really an amazing number. It does slow down over the overnight hours, and it will pick up again as soon as people start waking up and getting back on their devices, donating and taking part in the giving day. We are in the magic hour, power hour as well. So if you didn't already, get in there, get those donations in. The first 20 to get a donation in this hour are going to walk away with $100 extra in their total, and that is fantastic. And we are now going to lose ourselves in a really wonderful exploration with Stacy. She went around and, shared some moments with some of the nonprofits, and we want to make sure we get to show that to you now. So take a look, Stacy. We appreciate it and enjoy these adventures. Where in the state are Stacy and Sarah? So enjoy.
Hello, everyone. This is Stacy with Do More 24 Delaware 2024. I am have the pleasure today of sitting here with Melissa Bryson, and she is with ACLU Delaware. Melissa is going to share with us a little bit about ACLU and talk about how Do More 24 Delaware has helped her organization. So Melissa, if you don't mind, if you could please start off with sharing a little bit about the mission of the ACLU.
Great. Yeah. So I'm Melissa Bryson, the Development Director at the ACLU of Delaware. That's the American Civil Liberties Union of Delaware, if you don't know what that stands for. And so the mission of the ACLU of Delaware is really to preserve and to advance our civil liberties in the state of Delaware. We do this through a unique tactic, and that is integrated advocacy. And integrated advocacy is where we don't just look to get involved in bills, we don't just look to get involved in the community, we don't just look to get involved in educating, we do it all. And each of those things has to complement the other to create the best outcome. So we're very unique in that way, and our organization covers a breadth of issues from voting rights to reproductive rights to prisoners' rights to criminal justice issues. If you have a social issue, we probably touch it in some way or another. So we're really, really excited to be engaged with Do More 24 again this year, and we're just thrilled to be here.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing what you do, because that's so important. You're impacting the community on so many levels, on so many different levels. If you don't mind, could you share with us maybe some specific goals and objectives that you have for your organization, and how Do More 24 has been instrumental in helping you meet those goals and objectives?
Yeah, absolutely. So some people, when they hear the ACLU of Delaware, they think litigation, they think lawsuits. And yes, we absolutely do. You know, if there is a trans student who isn't able to access a bathroom, if there is a someone who is incarcerated who is being denied health care or being denied just the right of humanity, you know, we do step in with litigation, and that is one part of what we do. But everything that we do comes from the community, whether it's immigrants telling us this is what we need, this is what we're not getting, or whether it's folks who are being harassed by the police or treated in an inhumane way on the streets of, say, Wilmington or Dover. The criminalization of poverty is a really big one for us in Dover, making sure that loitering laws and other things that criminalize folks who have insecure housing aren't used in a way that further disadvantages someone who already is in a system that is set up against them. So everything that we do is coming back to, you know, what can we do to push the goals and objectives of the ACLU? And those goals and objectives are preserving and advancing the Constitution, making sure that the rights that you were owed by living in the United States of the United States is preserved, making sure that you can do those things and have access to those things like voting and the right to your body and the right to stand on the street and not be harassed by police. These are all things that are really valuable to us. And the community is really where we hear the biggest, most pressing issues. And we want to be guided by them. We do a lot of things like town halls to hear from folks. What are your interactions with the local police? Or what is your experience being on probation? How are you being treated? What could be done within these systems so that you are able to thrive regardless? And those are really where we put our efforts. And again, through so many different modes of action. Yeah.
That's awesome, Melissa. I mean, the work is definitely needed because everyone deserves, of course, to have their rights preserved and upheld. So thank you for sharing that. It's very important work that you're doing, and it has a huge impact on the community. So that's awesome. I do want to ask you also, if you don't mind, share with me if you had an opportunity to talk about your experience that you've had with raising funds through Do More 24 Delaware with other nonprofits. What would you suggest or say to them, to a nonprofit that hasn't utilized the platform?
Oh man, if you're a nonprofit that hasn't signed up for Do More 24 yet, do it. Get on it. As one fundraiser or nonprofit staff to another, you know that we wear many hats. You know that we have many things on our plates and there are many needs that our community has. Being able to have, Spur Impact and United Way of Delaware take on the programming and the general marketing and all of that baseline part of events is huge. You're essentially taking one of my hats and I am giving it away to you for the time of Do More 24, that, I get to spend my time talking with donors. I get to spend my time talking with supporters about how are we impacting your life? How can we impact your life in a way we're not yet? That's the work I want to be doing. Not that I don't, value the systems and the marketing, but I want to be out there talking with the people, and I want to be out there inspiring our supporters to inspire their networks. And I just see no better opportunity in Delaware than Do More 24 to have a great, fun platform to be able to do that. I think one of my favorite parts about Do More 24 is y'all get all these fabulous sponsorships and bonus opportunities, and I didn't have to do anything extra for it. All I had to do was everything that I love to do about fundraising, everything that I love to do about working for a nonprofit, and during that work, we get extra rewards. And that, to me, as an organizer, as a fundraiser, as a nonprofit staff member, is huge, huge that you guys take that on and you find a way to put that all back into the community. It's, to me, it's an incredible campaign, and I'm just really grateful that we have it in Delaware, and that we keep making it better every year.
Well, thank you so very much for all of that information and your enthusiasm and excitement about the day. We totally look forward to participating and working along with you for March 7th and 8th of 2024. That is the date of Do More 24 Delaware for 2024. Melissa, listen, thank you for being here with me today and sharing your information about the ACLU Delaware and encouraging other nonprofits to participate in the day. We really appreciate you, and thank you so much for all the work that you're doing. It's very important work, and we really appreciate that.
Well, we appreciate you too. Thank you so much.
You are most welcome. Everyone, please save the date, March 7th and 8th, Do More 24 Delaware 2024. And we look forward to seeing you next time. Hello, everyone. My name is Stacy. I'm here today to talk to you about Do More 24 Delaware 2024. And with me is Chantel Ashford, and she is going to talk about the Brian Allen Stevenson School of Excellence and give us some information. So, Chantel, please share with us a little bit about the school.
Yeah, great. So the Brian Allen Stevenson School of Excellence is a brand new charter opening here in Delaware, in Sussex County, in 2024. And we've been working with the community and with our board for a little over 6 years now to open this school. And so our mission is to get students proximate with their community and get their families proximate as well, so that we can help them not only give back to the community, but also help the community give to them, so that they can become our community's next leaders. They already are going to be those people, and we want to make sure we're supporting them in that through service learning, through personalized learning, and then making sure they've got that strong academic support, right, which is like the foundation of what schools should do. So we're really excited to be joining the Delaware charter community and the Delaware education community in general. And we're just, we love the work we get to do with our students. Even though we're not quite open yet, we already have done some work. So really excited about that.
Well, that is super awesome. I think that the school is going to be amazing for the community and for everyone that's involved with the students and the parents, right? So let me just ask you this. If you don't mind sharing, could you share with me a little bit about specific goals and objectives that you have and how participating in Do More 24 has helped you, meet those goals?
Yeah. So as you know, we're not quite open yet. We're working our way towards opening. And so a big part of that is student recruitment, right? And we have had a ton of engagement from families, and we had to kind of move our deadline a little bit about when we're going to open. And being able to participate in Do More 24 has, one, kept our name out there, a lot of brand awareness. Two, it's helped us meet new partners of other nonprofits in this state whose missions align with our mission. Three, it helped us raise funds, right? Like, that's important. We were able to raise some money to support some of the programming we're doing this past summer that we did. So we actually held our first, what we called a youth leadership lab. We had potential students who are planning on coming to base, and they were able to learn about our program, give feedback on what we're planning on doing, as well as really create some really awesome foundational things for when our school is open. So what does our school leadership team look like for students? What are we going to do with the schedule to make sure every kid is getting exactly what they need? What kind of community service projects are we going to start off with, right? And this is all coming from 5th, 6th, and 7th graders who are going to be our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders next fall. So really excited about being able to do that work, and the partnership with Do More 24 and being able to participate in this really helped us be able to raise funds to support that activity, as well as our general operating, right? Like, we need funds to keep going, especially since we're not open yet as a school. So
Right. Well, I'm so glad that you all have participated and Do More 24. Let me just ask you this one final question. If nonprofits were to approach you and say, "Hey, Chantel, I heard about Do More 24. Do you think it's worth, giving it a try?" What would you recommend or suggest to nonprofits who haven't heard about Do More 24, who may be interested in participating?
Yeah. So the first thing I would do, I would say, yes, first thing, you did the first step, which is talking to someone who's done it. I think we'll really benefit here at Base because my co-lead is Crystal Timmons Bryant, and she knows Do More 24, right? She really understands the process and how it works. And so if I didn't have her, I would be lost. So being able to like lean on each other and help each other out, give each other ideas of how we're participating, how we're advertising and marketing with you all to make sure that people know that our nonprofits here in Delaware are doing awesome things and that we want the community to know about these things and to support us. So I think it's totally worth it. And we can help each other do it. And you all, like Do More 24 also offers a lot of support, right? There's like a ton of different, like I feel like every week Crystal was on something else with Do More 24 to like learn more about the process and make sure that we're keeping up to date and doing the best practices. And so there's a ton of support from Do More 24. You can lean on your other nonprofit friends who are already doing it, and it just helps us build that community and continue to work together as we're working on making Delaware a great place to live for everyone who's here. So
absolutely. That is the ultimate goal, right? Well, listen, Chantel, thank you so much for sharing today. Thank you for your participation last year in Do More 24 Delaware, and hopefully I'm sure you'll be a part of Do More 24 Delaware 2024, which will take place on March 7th and 8th this next year on 2024. So thank you again. Wish you the best of luck with your endeavors and keep up the good work. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, Stacy. This was awesome.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too.
Good morning, and this is Stacy with Do More 24 Delaware, gearing up for 2024. I have some folks with me today that are going to share some information. So if you don't mind introducing yourselves.
Sure. I'm Justin Nixon. I'm the marketing manager here.
And I'm Meg Gardner. I'm the director of resource development.
Okay, and of what location? Where are you?
Oh, we're with the Children's Beach House. It's all over the state of Delaware. We're located out of Lewis.
Awesome. So the first things first, if you don't mind just sharing with us what the mission of the Children's Beach House is.
Absolutely. So we are like I said, we operate statewide programming for children, families, and their communities. And we help our kids identify, understand, and utilize their own strengths, talents, and resources. So it is a strength-based program. We have both a preschool program that has 3s and 4s operating 5 days a week, year-round in the Cape Henlopen School District. And then our youth development program is all over the state. We bring kids from all over. Our family engagement coordinators are in the homes and in the schools with the kids, helping them build resources that really help them help them realize their own strengths and then just continue to use them and impact their communities.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing that. So I wanted just to ask you just a couple more questions as it relates to Do More 24, but I first want to start off with asking you to share with us your specific goals and objectives and how you already kind of touched on how you're impacting the community, but tell us a little bit about your goals and objectives and how Do More 24 has been helpful in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, our goal is to just continue to serve this group of kids we have between ages of 3 and 18. We have 100 in the program right now, so that takes a lot.
We always say that once we accept a kid into our program, we accept their whole family too. So our family engagement coordinators are really trying to collaborate with the family and the schools to get our kids the resources that they need to really build them up. And that takes a lot of bandwidth. It takes a lot of people. It takes a lot of resources. So our youth development program, it does have a residential component too, which is really exciting for us. We just finished that. It looks like summer camp. So the kids come and they stay on Lewis Bay for a week at a time. And the kids do everything from theater to learning how to sail, to learning how to swim, ropes course, confidence building, eating together, dining, and really a lot of it is just
theater.
Yeah, communicating and learning how to advocate for yourself and learning what your strengths are.
That's great. That's great. Thank you for sharing that. Well, thank you again for sharing that. So let me just ask you then, if you were to have opportunity to talk to other nonprofits about your experience with Do More 24 Delaware, tell me what you would share with them as to, your experience with Do More 24 Delaware so far, and what would you say to other nonprofits?
I would definitely say take advantage of the marketing toolkit that Do More 24 provides. It's got templates and all kinds of helpful hints, like how to describe your mission, how to deploy the entire campaign. That has been wonderful. And then just also take advantage of being a part of Do More 24. It gives your organization an opportunity to get in front of the eyes of your communities and get support.
Yes, absolutely. And so how do you feel the money specifically for what was raised in Do More 24 Delaware 2023? How have you utilized those funds and how has it been beneficial to you?
So, like I said, our programs take a lot. There are a lot of moving parts. So for us, especially in 2023, it was a really big year for us because our program was at full capacity again. And as we're growing, it's kind of growing with us, and that takes a lot of resources. And that money allowed us to do things like transport the kids here. It allowed us to do some special activities with them, get supplies, get
amazing food.
Yeah, we have. Everybody eats this amazing fresh food 3 times a day as a community. So, we're just really thankful for the energy that Do More 24 kind of brings to our organization and other nonprofits in the state.
Awesome. Well, listen, thank you so much for taking out time to chat with us today. Continue doing the amazing work that you're doing with the children at the Children's Beach House. And we look forward to spending another 24 hours with you guys on March 7th and March 8th. Do More 24 Delaware 2024. So thank you again for being here and sharing your story. I hope you both have a great rest of the day.
Thanks, Stacey.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thanks. Well, hello, everyone. This is Stacey Burton here. I am here to talk about nonprofit stories with Do More 24 Delaware. 2024 is coming up quickly, March 7th and 8th. So today I have with me Miss Kristen, and Kristen is going to talk about her organization just a little bit. So Kristen, if you don't mind, please share the name of your organization and what your overall mission is.
Thank you so much for having me. I am with Friendship House, and Friendship House is a Delaware nonprofit whose mission is to unite people facing homelessness with loving, supportive communities they can call home.
Awesome. So you're doing tremendous work in the homeless community. So thank you so much for all the work that you're doing. So just really quickly, if you don't mind, share with us a little bit about your specific goals and objectives for your for the Friendship House, and tell us how your participation in Do More 24 Delaware has assisted you with meeting those goals.
Sure. So Friendship House works with people at various different stages of their life. We work with people who are experiencing homelessness and houselessness, and sometimes both. And we provide a range of services for them to help in various different ways. And one of the things that makes Friendship House unique is we try not to mimic what other organizations are doing. So one of our goals is to fill the gaps in the community. So we do things like Code Purple, a clothing bank, financial assistance, help with birth certificates and IDs, but we're really looking at what the needs of the community are, and our goals are to really address those needs. There are so many wonderful organizations in Delaware that already do so much, and we don't want to mimic what they're already doing. So we're kind of assessing what ways we can fit in. One of the other things that makes Friendship House unique is we do not take any government funding. We do this for a couple of different reasons, but one of the reasons is we're able to be a little bit more flexible with our funding. We're able to give financial assistance more quickly and help when things are not going so well. If there's a disaster or there's a need in our community, a crisis, we're able to pull those funds quickly to help and not have to submit a lot of paperwork first to be able to do so. So it's really important that we have community support. It's really important that we have donors who are giving to our organization. Most of our organization, our largest donor base is individual donors. So we really look for opportunities to engage the community and make an ask to the community. Do More 24 is a wonderful event where we're able to bring just Delaware people in to ask and make sure that we can share stories from our community and encourage those in our community to support the need. It's a wonderful event. The platform is so user-friendly and it's so easy to be able to see different organizations and their goals and what they're hoping to achieve.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing all of that. I'm glad that you've had a great experience and that you're here today with me sharing that experience. One final question. So it's not really a question, but it is a question. If you had an opportunity to talk to maybe a nonprofit that just began in their early stages, or it could be a nonprofit that just has never participated in Do More 24 previously, what exactly would you recommend or say to any other nonprofits out there that haven't participated in Do More 24?
Sure. You should definitely participate if you haven't participated before in Do More 24. It is of no cost to the organization, so that's a very easy answer, just to create a profile and then share it. We have had great success with it. It's a really unique opportunity where it's just the Delaware community giving, and so you're not competing with the big organizations nationally, like on Giving Tuesday. So that creates just a little bit more flexibility and a little bit more of an opportunity to engage the Delaware community. And it's really simple to just share on your social media, in a newsletter, and just encourage your donors and volunteers and people that have not heard of you yet to get to know you a little bit more.
Awesome. Well, listen, thank you so very much for being here today with me and sharing all the information about Friendship House and the tremendous work that you're doing to make an impact and help folks who are experiencing homelessness. And we know that that's a really a lot of folks are experiencing it, and you're addressing it. So thank you again for just being here and sharing with us today. We look forward to working with you for March 7th and 8th. Do More 24 Delaware 2024. So, Kristen, thank you. Have a great rest of the day. And we, again, look forward to seeing you on Do More 24 Delaware 2024.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. This is Stacy with Do More 24 Delaware 2024. I am excited to have a nonprofit story to share. I have someone with me today. She's going to introduce herself.
Hi, Stacy. I'm Claudia Troop. I'm the Executive Director of Innocence Project Delaware. So nice to be with you this morning.
Nice to be with you as well. And thank you for being here. So I want to start off just asking a couple of, simple questions. We want to know first, what is the mission of your organization?
Sure. So Innocence Project Delaware is the only nonprofit organization in Delaware that's dedicated to helping people who have been wrongfully convicted of crimes and providing them with free legal services so that they are able to regain their freedom. Once we are able to accomplish that, we help our clients transition back to their communities by providing them support and linking them to supportive organizations. We also work to educate the public about the causes of wrongful conviction and also work towards making changes to prevent wrongful conviction in the future, so improving laws. We partner with the National Innocence Project, which is a broad-based group of organizations all dedicated to ending the problem of wrongful conviction. And we also work out of Widener Law School, running the Innocence Clinic, where we bring law students to train the next generation of lawyers to address the problem of wrongful conviction. So that's basically our mission in a nutshell.
Wow, well, that's a pretty awesome mission to have. And thank you for the work that you're doing. So if you wouldn't mind, could you share with me some of the goals and objectives that you have that are positively impacting the community?
Sure. Well, one of the really important things that we're working on right now is actually getting out into the community in order to let people know that we're here and that we're providing these services. We're still a relatively new nonprofit. We only began accepting cases and applications for review in mid-2020. So by way of comparison, the National Innocence Project started in the early 90s. So here in Delaware, we are sort of catching up. And so we have many cases to review. Since we started taking in applications, we've gotten over 120 individual applications. One of our big goals right now is we're housed at Widener Law School, which is fantastic because we get so much support in terms of office space and institutional support, but we don't get direct financial assistance from Widener, nor do we get it from the National Project. So one thing we're trying to do right now, one of our goals, is to hire a director of community outreach that's able to go, that position we're hoping will be able to go into communities across Delaware, not just in the Wilmington area, but down in Sussex and Kent, to address this is a problem that impacts the entire state. And we want to make sure that everybody throughout the state, not just those in the Wilmington area, is aware of the services we're providing. So that's one of our really imminent goals upcoming.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that. So you have to share also with us, if you don't mind, how has the money your organization has received during the Do More 24 Delaware campaign helped your organization meet the goals that you just mentioned to us?
Right. So it's been so helpful. So I'd first just like to say that Do More will always have a special place in my heart because it was the first campaign that I ran as the new executive director. So I started in mid-February and Do More was, I believe, March 2nd to 3rd last year in 2023. And even though I was just new and we had just really come on board, we were able to raise over $8,000 in 24 hours. And that money has been so instrumental in many ways. First of all, it allowed us to revamp our website, which is really important in terms of being able to communicate and effectively get out our message. Nowadays, if you don't have an updated website that is easy for people to access and to navigate, you're really not able to communicate effectively. And the other thing we've used the funds for is over the summer, we have been doing exactly what I mentioned. We've been going out into the community. We've been meeting people. We've been traveling. We've been going down to all the different places in Delaware. And the funds really help support those activities of getting out into the community. So the money has just been very instrumental in terms of moving us forward, in terms of getting the word out about us being here and the work that we're doing and the services that we're providing.
Absolutely, absolutely. So if you had to tell a nonprofit about Do More 24 Delaware and how it's benefited you, and what would you tell them? Why should they take advantage of raising money during Do More 24 Delaware?
I think as a nonprofit leader, it's really important that you're always figuring out the times within the year that you can move your campaigns forward. And Do More is a no-brainer. First of all, I really want to give a shout out to everybody at Spur Impact, who is so helpful in terms of any kind of technical assistance you need. As I say, I had just started here, so I wasn't really as up to speed as I would have liked to have been last year in terms of getting the campaign together. It was a little bit quick for me, but I got so much support and so much, there was no question that was too small or large for them to assist in. The feedback was immediate. And also, Do More is an opportunity to go across multimedia platforms. So you can send out, it's a really good time to send out a link to your followers, to your supporters, to steward those connections. It's just a chance to touch base with everybody who might be interested in supporting your organization. It's a way of finding new people who might be coming on board, who might be involved in other nonprofit communities, but everything is listed in one place. It's also a way to receive matching funds, which is a no-cost, very low-effort way for nonprofits to gain additional funding. And it's also an opportunity to do a live stream that reaches people during the 24-hour period, which I would encourage people to take advantage of. Again, a way to get your word out, to get your message out, your mission out. As nonprofit leaders, we have to be looking for every opportunity to do that. Every chance we have to communicate with the public, to let the community know we're here and what we're doing, is one that you can't pass up. And Do More is just a no-brainer as far as the opportunity it creates. It's a small amount of effort for a tremendous amount of good. So I would encourage everybody to get involved in the campaign.
Absolutely. I thank you so much for sharing your point of view and your perspective of Do More 24 Delaware. We look forward to working with you again in 2024. Please, everyone, save the date, March 7th and 8th, 2024, Do More 24 Delaware. Thank you, Miss Claudia, for being with us today and for sharing your story. Keep up the great work. And again, we look forward to spending another 24 hours helping you with your cause.
Okay, thank you so much, Stacy, for all you do, and thank you to everybody at Do More. It's been a fantastic experience for us.
Well, hello, everyone. This is Stacy here with Do More 24 Delaware 2024, approaching very quickly on March 7th and 8th. I have with me someone today that's going to share some information about their organization and how Do More 24 has assisted them with meeting goals and objectives. So would you mind just going ahead and introducing yourself?
Yeah, hi, my name is Mark Anderson. I am the president of the Jason Anderson Foundation for Youth Sports.
Thank you so much. And so, Mark, please share with us a little bit about your mission statement and how you're positively impacting the community.
Yeah, so we're a small foundation here in Delaware, and our objective and mission is to provide funding for children in need so that they can participate in the youth sports activity, typically a community organized youth sports activity. And we think this is important for kids in need because a lot of times kids and their families can't afford to pay the registration fees. Those registration fees continue to get more expensive year over year. And so we provide the funding for those kids to be able to participate in those sports because, number one, it gets them some physical fitness activity, which we think is important. But most importantly, it also lets them share in life's lessons of teamwork, leadership, and friendship. That's why we think, youth sports activities are so important to our young people today.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. It's important that children are involved, and if they're involved in sports, then they're less likely to be involved in things that aren't the best for them to be involved in. So thank you for the work that you're doing. It's important to the community. It's important to the children. If you don't mind, share with me a little bit about some of your goals and your objectives, and maybe share how raising funds on Do More 24 has helped you reach those goals and objectives.
Yeah, sure. So as I said, we're a small foundation. We typically take in about $10,000 to $12,000 a year, and then we put that same money back into the community. Everything that we take in, 100% of what we take in goes back into the community because any expenses are paid for by the Anderson family or donated by our service partners. And all of our board members and anybody else, they're all volunteers. So we have no, we're very careful about making sure all the money we take in gets used back into the community. So we do, like I said, we give out every year about $10,000 into not only youth sports organizations, but also money to individual participants so that they can play a sport. And what we found is that through Do More 24, I think the first year we maybe raised a little bit of money, maybe it was $1,400. The second year was kind of a COVID year, that was a little lower. But this past year, we raised almost $2,500 through Do More 24. And that's about 25% of the money that we can give back into the community. If you take the average cost to participate in a sport of, let's just say, $75. Now, if you're participating in baseball, a little league baseball program, it might be a little less. But if you're in a Pop Warner football program, it could be a lot more because of uniforms and equipment and other things. So if we use $75 as kind of that average, you can see that we're helping annually about 130 to 150 kids participate in sports. And if you take the Do More 24 portion of that, I mean, that's almost 35 children that we're able to help through the funding we get through Do More 24.
Wow, that is incredible. And I again, thank you for the work that you're doing. I guess, everyone sometimes doesn't realize how many people or how many students are out there that would love to participate that just don't have the funding to do that. So it's really awesome that your organization is focusing on those children who otherwise wouldn't be able to participate in those activities. So that is really, really tremendous work that you're doing. One final question. If you were to have an opportunity to talk to other nonprofits, maybe someone who just started a nonprofit or a nonprofit that just hasn't heard about Do More 24 and hasn't yet registered to participate, what would you say to an organization such as that?
Yeah, I think for us, because we are small, and I think for organizations that want to get their message out and that need, a strong network to do that, the Do More 24 is actually quite good. I'm not the best at social media activity, but as an example, this past year, we had a young lady that volunteered with us during the Do More 24 campaign. And I can tell you that her social media activity alone probably got us 70% of the funds that we raised. And that was through the social media activity, letting her network know that the Do More 24 event was up and coming. She kept the message going out during the event as well. So I think you offer a great platform for small organizations like us to get the exposure that we need to get.
Well, hello everyone. This is Stacy. I am here with Sarah Gilmore, and she is with Pathways to Success. Sarah is going to share some information with us today about her nonprofit and how Do More 24 has been beneficial. So, Sarah, if you don't mind, could you start off with sharing the mission of Pathways to Success?
Absolutely. And I'm not going to read it line for line, but basically what we do is we prepare youth, adults, and their families for successful lives. And the way that we do that is by having a dedicated program coordinator in each one of the schools that we serve. And we're at Cape and Lopin High School, Milford, Seaford, Sussex Tech, Polytech, and new this year, Appaquiddick in Newcastle. So now we're a statewide nonprofit, which we're very happy about because we can serve more kids that way. And so basically, that's what our mission is to help students reach success. We're at a 98% graduation rate. And we do help families too. If the family is in need of not being able to pay their electricity or their heat, we're there to help them. That's just one example, but that's basically what our mission is.
Wow, that's incredible. That's incredible. What awesome work you're doing and making a huge impact on the community, Sarah. That's great.
Thank you.
Yes. So could you share with me some of the specific goals and objectives you have that Do More 24 has been instrumental in helping you reach?
Absolutely. Our basic goal is to help kids reach success by graduating from high school. So like I said, 98% of our kids go on to college, enter the military, or find a full-time job.
Wow.
So, they start with the program in the 9th grade through the 12th. There are some that come in a little bit later, like maybe the 10th grade or so. But we do help them, and that's our basic goal. And also to help them with life skills. And, we have a dedicated program coordinator, like I said, that, delivers a different topic every week, depending on the school. In some cases, we meet with kids every day. In some cases, it's once a week, but they're always there in the school whenever a child needs an advocate or whatever. And like I said, support services, if the child or the family needs food, we do that. Electricity, heat, anything that the child may need to help them succeed and not, be under so much stress that they can't, handle their schoolwork or whatever. Yeah.
Sure. And so you help a lot of families who are, I would assume, maybe poverty level and disadvantaged, correct?
That's correct. 85% of our families are underserved and under-resourced.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what a huge impact that your organization is making on the community. So, Sarah, if you wouldn't mind, share with me. You guys are, you have participated in Do More 24 and have been able to raise funding for that and helps, of course, meet your goals and objectives. But if you were to talk to another nonprofit organization, what would you share with them as far as the importance of joining in and participating in Do More 24 Delaware?
It's an absolutely wonderful program. It's action-packed, so, be prepared. Well, first of all, prepare for it. It's a 24-hour campaign, but you can be very successful. The tools that are given to you are absolutely amazing. There's toolkits, you get support from the Do More 24 team. Like Stacy, and it's really, really worthwhile. It really is. And besides that, especially for small nonprofits, you're building awareness about what you do and how you're helping the community. So I think it's really important. Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Sarah. And we appreciate your participation. And I truly thank you for being here with me today to share your story and give us details about the work that you're doing and how Do More 24 has been instrumental in helping you meet your goals and objectives. Thank you so much for being here. We look forward to working with you this coming March 7th and 8th. Do More 24 Delaware 2024. So thank you again, Ms. Sarah, for being here and doing the work that you do. Continue making that huge impact. And we look forward to working with you on March 7th and 8th. Hello, everyone. This is Stacy here. I am here today with James, and he is with Read Aloud, and he's going to share some really good information about his organization. So, James, if you don't mind, if you could start off with sharing a little about what your mission is.
Sure. So our mission that we just updated at the end of last year is to create a lifelong impact through early childhood literacy. And we do that through our volunteers. We have over 400 throughout the state. And last year they read around 10,000 hours to kids one-on-one in one of our 100 partner child care center sites. So those 10,000 hours consisted of about just under 60,000 individual reading sessions. And that's all, our why is because of how impactful it is to be read to as a child. We focus on kids 0 to 5. The brain is developing at such a rapid rate. And that's why we do what we do. And the lifelong impact comes back to our volunteers get a lot out of the energy of dealing with a child as well. So, it's really a full circle experience for sure.
Wow, that does sound like a lot of good things that's happening, and awesome that you have the volunteers that are going out and reading to the children. That's just amazing. So thanks for what you do.
Thank you.
Please tell me, how did your organization benefit from participating in Do More 24 Delaware?
Sure. So the past 2 years, we've raised over $10,000 through Do More 24. And, every nonprofit loves unrestricted revenue. And that's what comes in through Do More 24. In addition to that, we've won a couple of the prize pools, and we're always able to increase our prize amount just from the stretch pool, or whether it's the random, the hourly draws or the targeted goals where you have to hit a certain metric to unlock the prize money. So and I think our so some of them we target, and it's a fun experience getting everybody to getting everybody on board to meet the goal.
Awesome. So could you share a little bit about how those dollars have helped you reach goals and your objectives for Read Aloud?
Yeah. So one of our other big programs that I didn't mention is Lena Start. We started during the pandemic. It's a 10-week program that incorporates wearable technology that's designed to track and improve the language environment over the home. And since we started the program, we've impacted well over 150 families. We've had some generous partners help us with that. But because the money from Do More 24 is unrestricted, we've been able to plug some gaps both with Lena Start and our volunteer reading program as well. So the hard outcomes from the Lena Start specifically is I don't have the exact percentage, but a sizable amount of families at the end of the 10-week program are speaking more to their child. They're using more words, and they're having more conversational turns, which leads to tangible language improvement on the child's part.
Wow, that is so phenomenal work that you all are doing. So James, let me ask you this. So you shared, your story about, how Do More 24 Delaware has helped your organization. If you had an opportunity to speak with other nonprofits who haven't registered to participate in the day, what might you want to share with them?
I just don't understand why they wouldn't, unless if they don't want, unrestricted revenue, which is really the goal of any nonprofit leader. There's no downside. There's just zero downside. It's all upside.
Great. Well, listen, thank you so much for taking time out to chat with us today. I do appreciate the work that you're doing and helping with literacy for young children. It's very important work, and I thank you for what you're doing. So we do look forward to working with you on Do More 24 Delaware 2024, which will be March 7th and 8th. So thank you again, and we truly look forward to working with you this coming March.
Likewise, Stacey. Thanks for reaching out. Nice chatting with you.
You too. Have a great day.
Take care.
Hi, I'm Stacey. I am here with Do More 24 Delaware, and I have an amazing organization with me. Susie, do you mind introducing yourself?
Hi, my name is Susie Chun, and I'm with the Rosa Health Center down here in Georgetown, Delaware.
Thank you, Susie. So what I'd like you to do, if you don't mind, could you share with me your mission for La Rose Healthcare?
Yes. The mission of the Rosa Health Center is to enhance the community and improve individual lives by providing quality primary care to our patients with a focus on the underserved and with compassion, dignity, and emphasis on education and preventative medicine. We focus on the uninsured and the underserved in this community for primary health care.
Wow, that's awesome. And I would assume that there are a lot of individuals that may fall into that category. Is that correct?
Yes, 70% of our patient panel is uninsured, and 90% of our panel is Hispanic.
Okay, wow. So that's really awesome. Tell me how you feel that your organization is positively impacting the community.
Healthcare, by giving them healthcare. At this point in time, we are with a patient panel of over 2,000 patients with one physician, and then we have some volunteer physicians, a volunteer physician that comes in and a volunteer nurse practitioner that comes in. We have an overload. We have a waiting list here. Thus the reason for our project of putting on an addition, so that we may bring in another physician's assistant or a nurse practitioner, so that we can get rid of the waiting list. And there's a lot of people that use the ER because they don't have a primary care physician because they don't have insurance. And if we can increase it, then that will decrease that disparity of using the ERs for their primary care.
Gotcha. So
also education, educating the people on healthcare, on diabetes and what that's all about and how it works, so that they understand what the potential is if they don't follow.
Gotcha. So it is very important, the work that you're doing, and for you to actually be able to operate and meet your goals and objectives. So let me just ask you, if you were to speak with another nonprofit about Do More 24, well, first let's talk about money that you raised for Do More 24. How do you feel that the campaign itself has been beneficial to you?
The campaign itself has been beneficial to us because it's adding, our project is costing us $2 million. And with what we earned, we were able to, we put that in with the rest of our donations, and we're able to start the process of the project. We're able to get the plans drawn and get some of them to the town.
That's very good. So that's important as well. So you have obviously received funding, and that funding goes in and it helps with the overall program.
Yes.
To be able to continue servicing underprivileged folks that don't have insurance. So that
Right.
is major. That's major.
We're going to be putting on, we have 2 exam rooms right now. Our addition will give us 8, which will give us the room to provide the quality care that some of the people who don't have insurance, who can't get primary care, it will give them that opportunity.
Wow, that's really awesome. Susie, let me just ask one final question. So if you could talk to other nonprofits to share with them your experience with the campaign for Do More 24 Delaware, what would you say to them?
I would tell them to go for it. We found out about the Do More 24 3 weeks before the date. And everybody in the office, we just went through it just to try it. We had never done anything like this. We're a very small office. And number one, we had a great time doing it. Everybody with Spur was fabulous working with them. I mean, I could jump on and say, hey, how would I do this? Or how would I do that? And I always got a quick answer. Just wonderful to deal with. As far as raising the funding, this year we're going to be smarter. We're going to start early. I mean, we did quite well. We were quite thrilled. I put in for what we wanted was $1,000, and we ended up making almost $11,000.
Wow, that's awesome. When you exceed the goal that you originally started off with, that's great. That's great. Well, listen, Susie, it's been an absolute pleasure speaking with you today. Thank you for being here with me and sharing, information about your organization. And we look forward to working with you on March 7th and 8th, 2024. Save the date. Do More 24.
It's already on the calendar.
Great. Do More 24, Delaware 2024.
Unmute on the bottom. There you go. Hey, all right. So there you go. Hey, Stacy, thanks a lot for sharing all those adventures. It was awesome to see and hear those stories as we continue to move things along. I'm going to check in. It's always nice to refresh the page. We're a little over $712,000 so far, but I also have some prizes. So if you're with me, it looks like we got a few people at least tuning in. So that's exciting. Kind of doing the overnight hours. And we are going to give out some golden ticket winners. So that's pretty cool. We've got the 12 a.m., 1 a.m., and 2 a.m. golden tickets right here. And for the small nonprofit, for our 12 a.m. golden ticket, congrats to Miss Spillion Art League. And the large nonprofit is the Greater Dover Boys and Girls Club. The 1 o'clock golden ticket winners for the small nonprofit, the Alzheimer's Association Delaware Valley chapter, and then the large nonprofit, congrats to the Meals on Wheels Delaware group. We obviously do a lot of work with you guys, so congrats on that. Love to see that. And for the 2 a.m. golden ticket in the small nonprofit category, we have Milford Community Band, and the large nonprofit, the Everett Theater. Seeing them pop up a lot, actually, so it's really cool. So the Everett continuing to get some wins there. And then we also have our King Creative Midnight Madness Power Hour winners. For the large nonprofit, the Greater Dover Boys and Girls Clubs, congratulations. We're glad that we can hook you up with that. And then for the small nonprofit, Southern Delaware Choral. So congrats. You guys are both going with $250 and adding that to your total. So got some new winners. Always good to have winners. And we are cruising right along. It is 4:15 a.m. and we are the middle of the night. So thank you for those that are tuning in, staying with me, and carrying things forward. Looking at the site now, I want to see if we have any updates on the states. Looks like we're still missing those 9. Those are the ones that are going to be our elusive states, apparently. So to know anybody in Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Arkansas, Louisiana, or Rhode Island, let's get after it. It looks like we did get Wisconsin, so I guess we're down to 8 states. 8 states left to go. So maybe Jamie came through with his buddy over there in Wisconsin. So that'd be kind of cool. We'll check to see if maybe that is what happened. But awesome to see another state fill in. And the Delaware state map is looking pretty good. I think most of the zip codes at least have something, except for if you're in the area code 19940, which is the Delmar zone there in the bottom left part of Delaware, still showing no donations. Come on. Let's change that. Let's get on the board. And very cool. So we've got a number of one things really kick off here coming up starting at about 5:45 or so. It's really going to pick up and we're going to be cruising. We've got a lot of guests lined up and we're going to be talking to a lot of the nonprofits, and that'll cruise us all the way in. We've got some special guests coming in. We've even got On Your Feet coming over in the afternoon, doing a little dance number, having some fun with us from the Grand. They're going to be performing tomorrow night at the Grand, and that troop's coming by to have some fun with us. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And for now, we're just going to keep things rolling and keep tabs on the totals. And we're here for you. So if you're tuning in and you're with us, you could always send a little comment. Who are you supporting? What are those nonprofits that you're backing and that you're sending your money and your donations towards? It'd be good to know that. But yeah, 4:18 now in the morning as we cruise along in our Do More 24 Delaware Giving Day campaign. It is Delaware's largest giving day, and we're not quite halfway there, but we're getting there. We're inching towards it, and we'll then be getting into the morning, as I said, when the sun starts coming, the new day arises, lots of interviews coming, so it's going to be flying there once we get to it. But I know we've got some more content. We could probably share something. Oh, we've got a great interview with Sodelo that we did just a little bit before the campaign. We were able to have some fun and spend some time with them. So this is a great time to share that. So enjoy this interview that I was able to have with Sodelo and learn a little bit about their mission, their cause, and what they're all about. Enjoy. Hey, what's happening, everybody? Christopher Bruce, Mr. Delaware Gives, and we've got another world to get lost in. This time, we're going to be speaking with Justin and James from Sodelo. That's right, Southern Delaware's orchestra. I'm excited to just, hear them out. Maybe let's see what happens. The music's a beautiful thing to talk about. So, Justin, James, welcome, and let's get lost in your world.
Thank you, Christopher. Thanks so much for having us.
Yeah, thank you. Glad to be here.
It's my pleasure. So, I mean, if people are watching this, I'm hoping that they are as excited as I am to understand a little bit more about why you do what you do and how it, makes our lives better. So if you want to start with that, that'd be great.
Yeah, sure. Sodelo it's a wonderful musical ensemble. Our mission is to provide a welcoming environment for orchestral musicians in Southern Delaware to learn to play and perform classical music for the community. We are in our second year now, and we have grown from a small ensemble of about 30 string musicians to our last concert in December of a full orchestra of 65 plus members. And so we have, we're cultivating this loyal following from the Southern Delaware community. Our concerts are typically sold out weeks in advance, which is very exciting. And we're hoping to continue and grow and provide this service for that community.
Well, I mean, that's music to my ears. I always love to hear that shows are doing well and that the arts are thriving in any community. So it's good to hear you guys are selling out shows and, music I always say, like, when words fail, music heals, and it's a beautiful thing. It's, it's a language we can all, understand and kind of gather around. It's a universal language, right? So, with that, Justin, what would you have to say about it? Why Sodelo? Why music?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, Citadel is a really fantastic organization where you have people who are just really passionate about playing music. These are folks who've, had whole careers, a lot of them, and are sort of coming back to music. And also some young folks, who are sort of wanting to really hone their musical craft. And I myself, went to school for music and then had what my wife calls my quarter life crisis, where I changed careers and now enjoy a career in marketing, right? But I, still very am attached to my music and to opportunities to do that and be close to music. And so, when Jim gave me the opportunity to come down and, play with this orchestra, I had to take him up on it, and we, he and I make the trip every week. It's a good, for me, 100-mile drive, but we do it together to go down and spend time with this group and play music. And it's a really, really a wonderful thing, I think, in the community that really hasn't been done before in that area, really, to the extent that we're doing it here. So it's a really a neat organization.
Yeah. And what's 100 miles between friends, right?
Exactly right. Yeah, we've sort of identified there was a void in Southern Delaware with orchestral music. There aren't established orchestral programs in the public schools, and we're hoping that we will be a catalyst for that sort of development within the public school system. But we're providing an opportunity for local musicians, for students to be able to come and join. It's an all-volunteer orchestra. And I mean, as Justin said, the people are there because they love to make music. It is a music family. And like I said, we identified that there was something, there's already a wonderful established band tradition in Sussex County and choral traditions, but orchestra is missing. And so we're hoping to continue to grow that community.
And what's the best way to grow that, right? I mean, what are those opportunities? Is it obviously supporting by going to the shows, purchasing tickets, but also, are you looking for members in terms of developing as musicians? And what does that look like? What age? Is there a limit? Could you be any age to start your musical journey?
Yeah, so we, as I mentioned earlier, we started as a string orchestra, always with the intention of growing to a full orchestra. Our last concert pushed our timeline ahead quite quickly because we had this opportunity to perform actually in Wilmington as part of the AARP awards ceremony at the Grand Opera House. And that was meant to be a full orchestra. So we scrambled very quickly to find some really wonderful wind, brass, and percussion instrumentalists in the Southern Delaware area. But that was kind of a one-time thing. We're going to officially, in late April, we haven't set the date yet, but in late April, we're going to open up and do official auditions and starting next season, become a full orchestra. And so people should go to our website, sodelomusic.org, and check that out and look for that announcement.
Are you guys looking for anybody to play the triangle? I think I can probably do that pretty well. I've got good rhythm.
Triangle soloist, absolutely. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, it's always been a dream.
Oh, all right, good.
And Jim always says, number one is great rhythm, play together, right? So if you got great rhythm, that works.
It's a good start, at least, right? Now learning the technical aspects of the instruments, that's a whole nother story. I did play trombone when I was younger, so I might be able to, kind of relearn that a little bit. I'm just saying, it's in there.
Very good, very good.
All right, you're hired.
Yeah, well, you have a very low bar apparently, but what you are is accepting, right? You're accepting your open arms to folks that want to learn, that want to just kind of get lost in that, like I said, musical journey. And, the auditions will be a great opportunity. So if you are somebody who plays an instrument and is looking to get involved in an orchestra, again, that audition is coming up. So you can go on the website. What was that again?
Sodelomusic.org.
Pretty easy there. So sodelomusic.org. You get all the information about that, as well as all the other wonderful things related to the organization as well. We're excited about you guys being a part of the Giving Day, of course, and just everything that, you stand for is enriching. It's good for our economy. It's good for our community. I always say that thriving communities, if you look back through time, the ones that were doing the best, the arts were really alive and thriving. There's a big difference between the Renaissance and the Middle Ages. I mean, there's there's a couple things that are pretty obviously different, and art is one of them.
Yeah.
What is the best way for people to follow you, to tune in to? Do you have social media handles, any of that kind of stuff that we could all like, share, follow, subscribe, all that good stuff?
Well, I tell you what, we have an incredibly active board that handles a lot of our marketing and
wonderful
logistics. And but we do have the website is really the primary way for people to be in touch with us. And but we also have this thriving Facebook page for sure. And people can learn about our concerts through a variety of advertising platforms.
No, I think it's great. What are you most excited about when you think about what you're doing at Sodello with the music, with the orchestra? What are you most excited about?
Justin, you want to take that one?
Well, maybe I can be selfish real quick for a little bit and say that our upcoming April 13th concert, I'm very excited because I get to solo with the orchestra along with my principal cello friend as well, Tony. And so very excited to be able to do that. A bit nerve-wracking and having to practice quite a bit and rehearse and all that, but selfishly, I'm quite looking forward to that. But generally speaking, I think we've shown time and again that like the concerts sell out, people want to go to it, and so there's always opportunity to expand beyond that, right? And how do we increase our reach and even more opportunities to perform and reach more people and all that? So I think I'm really excited by how this group can expand and continue to try and do new things.
That's awesome. Well, I'm excited about all of that, and I think it's really wonderful. Thank you for being there. Thank you for doing what you do, making our community even better. It's organizations like yours that really do make it, more fun to live and more enjoyable to be around. So that's awesome.
Yeah, we thank you for this opportunity. We hope to be a cultural force in the region for the next 30, 50 years. An ensemble like this does come with a variety of expenses. So the support during the Do More 24 program is deeply appreciated. We have a lot of costs like venue rentals and rental rehearsal spaces, the cost of music purchases and soloist fees. We're really proud of this idea that we're featuring our own musicians, as Justin pointed out, but we want to reflect the cultural values of our community. So we are a community orchestra in the most wonderful sense of the word.
Yeah, and I just you're saying that, you said you're a cultural force. I love that. I think you should do T-shirts. Sodello, a cultural force.
That sounds good.
It's pretty good.
Trademark.
So you should run with that. Yeah, you run with that one. That's the first one's free.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
But thanks again for coming on. We appreciate you. Good luck with the Giving Day. Good luck in general. And if you want to learn more about Sodello, again, you can go to sodellomusic.org. Check them out. Look at them. Their information's on the platform through the DoMore24Delaware.org site as well. You can donate to them directly. And all the other wonderful nonprofits, 500 plus of them, with Delaware's largest Giving Day. Thanks again for coming on. We appreciate you. Now go make some beautiful music.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chris.
All right. Talk soon. So that was interview with Sodello. Thanks so much for that. It was really nice to spend some time with them and to focus and shine a light on what they do. We are going to keep this thing moving. We are getting closer, about a half an hour away from our next power hour, which is our 5 a.m. Rise and Shine Delaware Power Hour, brought to us by ctaboi.com. I need somebody to help me with that one. So, Charlie, if you're listening or somebody, we'll get some clarification on that so that we can do that. But that's coming up at 5 a.m., the Rise and Shine Delaware Power Hour, and one random nonprofit in each, the large and small nonprofit category, are going to get $250. They just have to have a donation that happens in that hour to be eligible. It'll be a random draw, and we'll see who gets that prize. Of course, we'll let you know when we know who that is. And with that, we wanted to kind of change things up a little bit. We're coming in, it's obviously Women's History Month. If you know, Harriet Tubman is her, the birthday, Harriet Tubman Day is coming up next week. And with that, we actually worked with the Seaford Museum and produced a piece based on a Tilly Escape story featuring Harriet Tubman that went right through Seaford, Delaware, and featured some of the area down there. And we had a really great adventure. And I hope you guys enjoy this. This is the Tilly Escape with Jackie Murray as the host. And let us know what you think. But it's a really great adventure. I hope you enjoy it.
Steal away, steal away, steal away to Jesus. Why don't you steal away?
Hi, my name is Jackie Murray, and about 9 years ago, I wrote and starred in a play about the life of Harriet Tubman. Right now, I'm standing close to the shoreline of the marshy Hope Creek, which runs into the Nanticoke River. The Nanticoke River enters into Seaford, Delaware, which isn't too far from here. And Seaford, Delaware is the scene where the famous Tilly escape occurred. We're going to be meeting with the curator of the Seaford Museum, Mr. Jim Blackwell, who has done some extensive research into that famous escape. So come along with us. We'll be calling on Harriet to guide us.
Israel was an Egypt land. Who let my people go? Oppressed so hard they cannot stand. Oh, let my people go, 'cause the Lord said, he said, go down, Moses.
Oh, hi there, Jackie.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, I'm
yes,
Jim, right?
Yes, it is.
Nice to meet you.
It is nice to meet you.
Well, I understand that you have a lot of information about Harriet Tubman
We do.
and some of the time that she spent here in the Seaford, Delaware area.
Yes.
All right, great. And it's all like the truth. It's been like verified that
Yes.
like Tilly's escape occurred here.
Yes. Tilly's escape went from Baltimore and then south and then up the Nanticoke to Seaford. So
Okay.
before going farther north. So
I
yes.
would love to see the paperwork. I
Well,
would love to see.
I'd be happy to
and
show you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, come on, let's go take a look at
All
the
right,
exhibit.
thank you.
I'm Jim Blackwell, and I'm the curator here at the Seaford Museum, and lived here all my life and love our history.
Slavery was very prominent in this area, right?
Yes, it was prominent.
Well, this story is one where there is some excitement. She was almost captured right down the street from us, and she and Tilly were having breakfast, and a slave catcher came up to them and tried to arrest them. So it had a certain amount of excitement and a certain amount of danger for both of them. Harriet had escaped 8 years before this, 7 years, and so it would have been a major change. I mean, she could have been sent back into slavery and sent south. When Harriet Tubman was in New York or Canada when she got the information about this young lady over in Baltimore.
Tilly was the fiance of a man in Canada who, after he had heard about Harriet Tubman, he went to her and said, I've been saving money. I left 7 years ago and I've been saving money.
So, but when she went down on the way south,
he was just tickled to death that she said she would go and try to get, as it turns out, a slave whose name might have been Laura.
She was going south, there's no problem, and she was also in Pennsylvania. But she asked the captain, she said, I live in Philadelphia. I don't have this passport that everybody's talking about.
We don't need these in Philadelphia.
Right, we're free.
Exactly. So she knew that she might need one.
Can you help me? And we know that's about what she said, because she talked about it. So he wrote out a passport for her. And then when she got to Baltimore, she found Tilly.
When she picked her up, she gave her the name of Tilly, so that she wouldn't accidentally spill that she was coming with a Laura, knowing that Laura was soon going to have wanted posters out for her. They went and got on a steamboat there, and if they were going to go north, it was going to cost $500 a piece.
I recently was talking about this and thought, I'm going to double check my numbers. And lo and behold, where I had thought that would be the equivalent of around 5,000 today, I was far off. It was
$35,000 for a bond, and you would have to come back.
However, they were being black in 1856 meant that you couldn't go to court. So I don't know that they would ever have gotten anything back.
So instead of going north, they went south.
Because of this bond, they went south. She didn't have to pay anything to go south. It was only if you were going north.
Okay.
And they went down the Chesapeake Bay and then up the Nanticoke River here on the eastern shore.
And she went to the captain on that steamboat and said, and we know the name of that steamboat. That steamboat was the Kent. And it was just starting out. And it was a new steamboat. She asked that captain, she said, we don't know what she said. We don't know what she said exactly because she didn't write. That wasn't recorded down what she said did. But it was probably something like,
this is my niece here, and she forgot hers. She doesn't know where we're going. He looked at her passport, recognized the name of the captain who had given her one. So therefore,
he let it go.
He said, sure, let me write you one. So that captain then wrote a passport for them when they got in Seaford.
And this is where it gets really interesting.
Okay.
Because
she thought of this in advance.
They came in at nighttime, just in the evening, and walked up the hill and stayed at the hotel at the top of the hill.
And the next morning, there were 2 slave catchers that came and tried to arrest them.
That's where this passport comes into play.
And the owner of the inn that was right down the road
came over and said, leave these people alone. They've got a passport.
I guess he had seen them the night before.
He said, they're okay, leave them alone. And he did. He just left them alone.
So we know that without those passports, the story of Harriet Tubman would not have gone through all the people that she carried up north.
So then she left and got up to probably Bridgeville, because the train had gotten to Bridgeville and was operating as of September 30th. So 3-4 weeks before this, they had started operating a train going north. So although she might have gone up another stop, we don't know.
So that's Bridgeville, Delaware?
In Delaware.
Okay.
This is after, when you go up the Nanticoke, you go down, when you're downriver, you're in Maryland.
Okay.
But then you get up here, we're about 40 miles up, but about 35 miles up, you come into Delaware.
Okay.
So all this is now happening in Delaware, which was a slave state.
Right.
And including Delaware was a slave state even after the Civil War.
After the Emancipation Proclamation?
Yes. After that, we were still...
Until the ratification of the 13th Amendment?
Yes. That's what did it. Okay.
Wow.
That's what... Only
it was
Kentucky,
a Union-held territory?
It was a Union state.
Oh, wow.
We were a Union state.
Okay.
And Kentucky was a Union state.
Okay.
Okay. And both of them still had slaves. All the other states had given up slavery,
right?
But not Delaware. And it usually failed by one vote.
Yeah.
It failed by one vote.
Of course.
And they voted multiple times.
Yeah.
And it still failed by one vote every time.
She was able to continue her work just because she was smart enough to get those passports in advance while she was traveling here. So it's a good story.
And here's the type of steamboat that she came on right there.
Okay.
That looks like the one that I showed you over there.
Yeah, it does.
So, and here's the steamboat schedule. We were able to find schedules that very week. In that very week, we have the train of October 24th. Now this was the day that she got here was the 24th. And over here, this is October 22nd, but it's just about the exact same time that we saw that we talked about here. And this is the type of train that she would have gone north on. Okay, this was the 1850s style, and I can tell by looking at the smokestack.
So that's what they would have taken all the way up to Canada.
All the way, except now she didn't. She only went to Camden, which is south of Dover, and met with the Brinkleys.
Okay.
The Brinkley brothers, okay, helped her. And we know that because a little while later, about 5 months later, they wrote a letter. And in the letter, he talked about having seen Harriet Tubman coming through. He didn't want to say, I helped her, in a letter, but we know what he did. So we actually are really sure it was the Brinkleys that helped in Camden. And that's what the hotel looked like back in the day. And now this was a little bit later. This was in the Civil War or after the Civil War. And they probably changed the name over to the Union about then. The Union Hotel. So this is just documentation. And here's a copy of the letter that we have that went to Eliza Wigham in Scotland. She told the story to Thomas Garrett, and Thomas Garrett told the story to us.
Thomas Garrett noted in the letter that he sent to Eliza Wigham after seeing her on a Friday. On the next Monday, he wrote a letter to Eliza Wigham. And what he noted in that letter, I think is the best comment that you can say, is that she didn't seem to understand that what she was doing was just incredible. Taking people out of slavery and getting them up north to freedom. The letter was written just 3 days from Friday to Monday, and he wrote it to an Eliza Wigham, and she had sent money specifically for Harriet Tubman to continue on. She had sent a few pounds, I don't know how many, and he wanted to foster that giving and helping to supply money here for things like this to happen. So he wrote her a letter and told her the story that Harriet Tubman had told him on Friday, that previous Friday. It was just a story that all of us kind of knew. I mean, we knew that she had come through here, but we really needed those specific examples for getting this accepted by the National Park Service. Was something that you needed to have good information. And we thought the best information was what came from Thomas Garrett when he wrote Eliza Wigham. When she came to that hotel in the evening, if she had acted quietly, reserved, it might have drawn attention to her, because that would have been something that somebody who was escaping might do. And instead of that, she was loud, she was boisterous. She was saying, hey, I need something to eat and I need a room, and was very loud with that. And that took some of the, oh, gee, I'm going to get caught. I'm just a woman from Philadelphia.
And either somebody had told her, but She apparently knew where the hotel was.
Right.
And as far as we know, it was, like I said, it was only one hotel
Yeah.
at the time.
Okay.
So we think that's where she stayed.
Okay.
So anyway, but the
Well-
steamboats were these big, beautiful boats that used steam power. That's why
Yeah.
they're called steamboats.
Yeah.
And their wheels, you know, a lot of times people think of a stern driven, and these weren't. These were
Using the
these
paddles,
Were, they
like
were
the
using
river
paddle.
boats?
Yes, but most some steamboats. When I think of steamboat, I think of the paddle in
Yeah.
the stern.
Yeah.
These weren't. These were side wheelers.
Oh, okay.
They had their power. Their
Oh,
wheels
wow.
were on the side of the
Okay,
boat, and
okay.
made them easier to control,
Right.
frankly.
Okay.
And they would come up here and they would turn around right in this wide part and come and station themselves right here.
Okay.
So it's a beautiful concept to think about, and I wish we had them today. I wish we had a steamboat that would come up, you know, and we could go over to Baltimore, spend the night, come back, you know. But it was just a nice place to come. So
I want to thank you.
it's my
Jim,
pleasure.
for sharing your knowledge with us and helping us to learn the truth about Harriet Tubman and walking some of her steps.
Well, and you can, you know, by doing what you've done today, you now can see for yourself what the story was.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm glad to have you come here.
Thank you.
All right. You
Thank
take
you so
care.
much. I
All
appreciate
right.
you.
Let's head on back and get a little coffee.
Okay, let's do that.
All right.
As I finish out this day and the sun goes down on this day here in Seaford, Delaware, I can't help but imagine Harriet Tubman making her way through this area, saving someone to escape like Tilly and more, to make their way up to freedom. I can almost hear them.
Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Oh, wade in the water. God is gonna trouble the water. Who are those children dressed in red? God is gonna trouble the water. It might be the ones that Moses led. Oh, God is gonna trouble the water. Who are those children dressed in white? God is gonna trouble the water. It might be some of those Israelites. Oh, God is gonna trouble the water. Who are those children dressed in blue? Oh, God is gonna trouble the water. It might be the ones that made it through. Oh, God is gonna trouble the water. Oh, wade in the water. Come on and wade in the water, children. Oh, wade in the water. Don't you know God is gonna trouble the water? Don't you know God is gonna trouble the water?
Wow, that was just powerful stuff. Jackie Murray doing her thing on that. It's really cool to kind of get lost in that adventure, to go to Seaford, to imagine what it would have been like for Harriet Tubman as she helped Tilly escape to freedom. And Jim Blackwell, the curator there, is just an incredible character. So I'm hopefully you guys enjoyed that. And with that, we actually are getting close to another Power Hour, just a couple minutes away from the Rise and Shine Delaware Power Hour, sponsored by CTAboy.com. We are going to be giving out one random nonprofit prize to each of the divisions, large and small. You just have to make sure you get a donation in this hour to be eligible, and it'll be picked at random. So good luck to everybody for that. That is our Rise and Shine Delaware Power Hour. Thanks to our friends over there at CTAboy.com. So that is awesome. And with that, I actually have some prizes to announce from the United Way of Delaware Magic Hour. And that will be giving $100 to each of these nonprofits. ACLU of Delaware, Barbara K. Brooks Transition House, Brandywiners, Congregation Beth Emeth, Coro Allegro, Delaware Historical Society, Delaware Institute for the Arts and Education, Diamond State Pearls, Fostering Wishes Foundation, Greater Newark Boys and Girls Club, Howard J. Weston Community and Senior Center, Junior Achievement of Delaware, the Kalmar Nickel Foundation, Light or Leading Youth Through Empowerment, Newark Arts Alliance, Packaman Terrace, Pause for People, Prevent Child Abuse Delaware, the Everett Theater, and the Grand Opera House. Congratulations. You're each getting $100 added to your fundraising pages. So that's awesome. And thanks again to United Way of Delaware for that. Magic Hour prize pool. There you go. All right. We are rocking and rolling. We have a video coming up here. We're going to be sharing a little adventure we did with the blood bank that Charlie and Jen from Spur Impact. Okay, we're little all on that. We're actually going to go and share a video featuring our friends over at Aetna. And Tiara actually was out there with that one, I believe. So take a look at that, and we'll be back with you right after this video.
Hi everyone, I'm Tiara Fair and I am here for New War 24. We are at the Aetna Fire Station and we're so excited.
So this section right here, these two bays, were the original 1923 building. And later on, these outer two bays were added on, and bays were added on.
We're talking about this really nifty camera that they are raising money for New War 24. So our goal is to raise enough money so that we can buy them at least one of these cameras, maybe a couple of these cameras. Really, really excited about it. So tell me exactly how it works.
So this is a thermal imaging camera.
Okay.
We use these cameras for multiple uses, not just for fires, but we can use them on accident scenes for somebody that's been like ejected into the woods and we can't see, we can use this to find their heat signatures. But we primarily use it for fires. So you go into a fire, you can't see, smoke is banked down. You can see the heat signatures in these, so it allows us to find victims that are in fires easier, or even it allows us as a rescue tool for ourselves to find ways out and to help us find fire sometimes as well.
And then, but I think the coolest way was, as you said, is finding people. So you know that the biggest thing in a fire is making sure you find people right away, and you're not always able to find them. And this tool has been instrumental in like making sure that you can do that, right?
Absolutely, huge in that, because in the old way was we would crawl into rooms and put one hand against the wall and the other hand would be sweeping the floors, just trying to find people on top of beds, under beds, wherever kids would hide. Now we can just go in with these and scan rooms.
How much is one of these? How much does this cost? Something like that cost?
So this Seek thermal camera, I believe, is around $3,000, $3,500 for this exact model.
Okay, pretty awesome. So this is not like our grandma's iPhone here. This is like actually a camera that is really pretty high tech. But $3,500, that's not bad. I think we can do it for the team. So make sure on Delaware 24, March 7th and 8th, that you come to Etna Fire Station and you donate to them and make sure they're able to get this camera and to help not only the firefighters, but also it could be you that they are saving. So make sure you go ahead and donate.
Thank you.
How long does it usually take you to put all this on in a fire situation?
So this is going on while we're going to the scene, so it shouldn't take any more than a minute.
And how heavy is all of that? Like, are you?
So plus we're 80-ish pounds a year.
Okay. You practice running in it so you can run?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was a really cool experience, being able to see the firehouse and everything they're doing there. So thank you to Tiara and the Spur Impact team for putting that together and, going out there and getting that content. So we are now going to be joined. We have a friend of ours coming in. Kelsey actually woke up early for us, and she's going to be joining just to say hi and share a little bit about her. So Kelsey, how you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm awesome. It's great to see you. You don't look like you just rolled out of bed, so that's a good start.
Happy to hear that.
Yeah, I think whatever you did, it's working. We're 11 hours in now, a little over 11 hours that we've been streaming along on our marathon broadcast here. So I'm excited to be able to share a little bit about what your, mission is. And we're talking a little bit about, the mental health space, right? So tell us who you are and kind of bring us up to speed on the journey that you're about to go on, which is really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for being here. It's a great initiative that you're running. So I'm Kelsey. I am a mental health training professional or mental health counselor in training. And I have just been blown away by how amazing it is to get to speak with people and go on their journey and work with them. My background is I studied psychology. I was lucky enough to attend Harvard, where I got my undergrad, and throughout a different journey, worked in a couple other businesses and realized how much I still love working in psychology and mental health and how important it is to have those conversations. And lucky enough was able to go through my own journey in working with counselors and therapists along the way, and realized that my calling was really to go back and study in school and take that path and be on the other side of the chair or the sofa, as you will. And I am currently a student at Villanova, and part of our training is to actually start being a counselor. So I'm working with clients, and I've just noticed how important it is for people to be able to see behind these conversations and get a look at what therapy actually looks like. Because even in training, there aren't a lot of resources for people to see what those journeys look like. And so embarking on a project coming soon where we're able to look and kind of pull back that curtain for people to see.
Yeah, so you're actually going to let people watch live actual sessions, and you've got willing participants that are saying, "Hey, I'm fine with it. Let's go. Let's let you in. Let's peel back that curtain." And your goal really is to kind of make it more accessible, right? I mean, I think there's a lot of stigma around therapy for some, and probably a lot of people are tentative or a little nervous about beginning that journey for themselves. So it'll be kind of nice for them to be able to see what it actually looks like.
Absolutely. Yeah. The first step was having conversations with people to see if they would even be interested in sharing their story publicly. And we've been completely pleasantly surprised to find that people are interested, and really that mental health means a lot to them. And they want people to learn from them in any way as well. So be able to kind of pull back that curtain to see behind those vulnerable, powerful conversations.
Yeah, I mean, and mental health is very important, right? It's become a little bit more of a focus in the last few years, and the pandemic really brought a light to the importance and the reality of what people are dealing with. Why is getting or having that outlet, or why is everybody needs help, right? None of us are impenetrable. None of us are perfect, right? We all have things that we have to work out, that we have to deal with. Why is working with somebody like yourself important for us on our journey? What's the value of that?
Yeah, I think that allowing someone to have the space to be able to explore what they're going through, to be vulnerable, I think is a very incredible opportunity. I'm not saying that I'm any better than any other counselor. I think that there's a lot of different styles and kind of unique qualities that people can bring to the conversation. And that's why therapy can vary so much. I think that I would just kind of welcome people to open up. And that's something that I bring to the table, where I think people feel that they're comfortable and sharing a little bit about themselves, because that's a lot of what therapy is. So.
Yeah, it's not good to bottle it up and carry it for too long, right? I mean, that tends to lead to some issues that can become a problem, I would imagine, at the very least.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So what do you have to say about this Giving Day campaign? And we're here supporting 500 to 600 Delaware nonprofits, all part of Delaware's largest Giving Day. Have you ever seen anything like this?
No, never. I think what you're doing is incredible, especially the length that you're going for in this campaign is incredible. I don't know how you're doing.
Right now, we've raised, I guess, $717,000 plus some change, and we're a little over 11 hours into the broadcast and into the campaign. We've got 12 hours and 50 minutes to go until things shut down at 6 p.m. here. And it's going to be really fun. It's awesome to hear the stories. It's really wonderful to see the impacts that all these nonprofits are making. And I know there's a number of other organizations that focus on, mental health and helping support people in that way. And I thought it'd be really fun just to, bring you on to talk a little bit about it, to share the journey that you're looking to go on. And, I don't know how much you want to share or how much you want to tease with people, but if you could tell people about the concept you're going on, what would you tell them?
Yeah, I think that everyone has seen mental health in their own way. And I think that it's an important thing to kind of continue to build your muscles. So whether you've been through therapy before or you're nervous about going, I want to give people the opportunity and accessibility to see what it's like, or to be reminded of ways that, have changed their whole framework of how they look at life before, if they have been to therapy, right? So being able to kind of give the space for people to appreciate and see how others are also navigating, to know that they can handle that journey themselves too.
That's really great, and we're excited to see you kind of go on your journey. And we're going to be, getting together here soon to start on that. So that's exciting, and we're just happy that we could have you on today. You got up nice, bright and early for us, and it looks like not too early for you. You get up pretty early normally. It sounds like.
I try to. It's been a little bit harder in the winters, but I do. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. So what's your day looking like? What do you got ahead of you?
So first, I think I'm going to try and get to the pool. I was a swimmer, so I'm still doing some of those early morning workouts, and then off to other things that I do for work as well.
Nice. So are you swimming at Villanova, or are you just sort of swimming?
Oh no! So as a grad student, you actually can't compete.
Okay.
So, but more as a passion because it's something
I love it.
I love.
Nice. Very cool. That's awesome. That's cool to hear. So yeah, with that, Kelsey, thanks for, coming on. I'm excited for your journey, and I appreciate your insight and, perspective on the importance of mental health and why we should, give ourselves a chance to explore that. And, keep tabs on the totals. Keep looking in. Go to domore24delaware.org and watch as it all unfolds as we work our way towards this goal. We're trying to make $2 million happen. We are in a pretty good spot right now as we're going through the overnight hours at 7:17 already. That's pretty awesome. And as people wake up and things start to move, we're going to be tracking it all the way through.
Amazing work. Thank you so much for letting me join, and good luck to you. I'll check in.
Yeah, appreciate it, Kelsey. Thanks so much. We'll see you soon.
Bye.
All right, take care. All right, well, there you have it. We're rolling. We've got some more prizes, it looks like, and we're going to announce those now. So let's see what we've got. Oh, man, the golden ticket, 4 a.m. winners. Here they are. For the small nonprofit category, congrats goes out to the historic Lewis Farmers Market. And for the large nonprofit category, the Sunday Breakfast Mission. So congrats to both of those nonprofits. You are our golden ticket 4 a.m. winners. And that's a beautiful thing. So let's take a look at the map here. I got to stay on that, see if any of our states are filling in. As of now, it looks like we're still looking for Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Arkansas, Louisiana, and Rhode Island. So those are the ones we need. That's what we got. 8 to go. And we need to fill that thing in. So let's keep on it. If you know anybody in those states, once again, Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Arkansas, Louisiana, and Rhode Island. Get them on the board. Call somebody, text somebody, maybe let them wake up, and then do it. That's fine. They're probably more likely to donate if they're awake. So I get that. But we're going to stay on that, and we're going to see that map fill in throughout the campaign, and that's always a beautiful thing. And the leaderboard, the Kalmar Nickel Foundation is currently in the lead for the large nonprofit groups with a little under $14,000 raised. And Shepherd's Office leading the charge with the small nonprofits. Somebody's got to get the lesson. They figured it out. They've got it dialed in. 35,000 plus for Shepherd's Office, cruising with the small nonprofit fundraising category. And they're also at 493 individual donations. So that's really cool as well. Everett Theater at 237 on the large side. So there's the board. You can see it there. And it's all broken out for you. If you go to domore24delaware.org, you can keep track of the totals. You can keep track of the leaders. Got to refresh that page. There you go. That number's better. That's what I'm talking about. Nice. So we are moving right along. It is 5:15 a.m. as we continue on with Delaware's largest giving day, Do More 24 Delaware. My name is Chris. I'm with you. I'm going all the way. We are waiting on, we've got a couple guests lined up that are coming near a little bit later in the hour. And then things really start to heat up once the sun comes up, and we'll be cruising right along. It'll be there before we know it. It's always funny how the second part of the day happens. the interviews start coming in, and next thing you know, we blink, and it's like, oh my goodness, we only have a couple hours left, and it's all about getting those numbers in. So make sure to donate, make sure to spread the word, and just stay with us. But right now, I guess we have the blood bank. We're going to share a video from the blood bank. That's what's up. That's awesome. So enjoy this video. We'll be back with you right after that. Keeping things going here with Do More 24 Delaware. It's Delaware's largest giving day.
Hey, what's shaking, everybody? Christopher Bruce here from King Creative, Mr. Delaware Gives, and I am back to host Delaware's largest giving day, Do More 24 Delaware. And recently, Charlie and Jen from Spur Impact went down to the blood bank of Delmarva, and we thought we'd take you along with them. Take a look.
I'm ready. Did you eat anything today? I did. I had a full breakfast, lots of water, and I'm ready to go.
So I really think that education about blood donation is critical, because people don't choose not to donate because they understand it and don't think that it's important. It's that they don't really understand what we do with the blood and how critical it is and how many people in the region need blood.
Donors are heroes.
Donors are heroes. Our staff is fantastic, and it really is pretty straightforward. If you've ever had a blood test done where you've had to go to a phlebotomy station and have that, it's very similar to that. It does take a little bit longer because we need to take more blood, but the experience that you're having is pretty similar to that, except we give you juice and cookies afterwards, and you're hoping to save up to 3 lives when you donate.
That was awesome. Great job, Charlie. I'm proud of you. You didn't even pass out. And just think of that. One donation can save up to 3 lives. If you need any more reason to go and support the blood bank, well, I don't know what there is. But if you want to support them or any of the other 500 plus Delaware nonprofits, go to domore24delaware.org to learn more. And I'll see you on Delaware's largest giving day, March 7th and 8th.
Well, I told you I'd see you on Delaware's largest giving day. We are here, we are in it, and we are rolling right along 5:17 a.m. as we cruise through our overnight broadcast. And coming up, we have a video from Friendship House that we're going to share and let you guys enjoy that. We'll keep things rolling, but for now, take a look at the Friendship House.
We do a quality control on everything that's donated to us, and we're only giving out good quality stuff. And if it's not good quality, we B grade it, like the letter B. And then a textile company comes every other week and uses it in ways that we can't. So they'll like turn it into rags or like insulation. These are boys who either navy or khaki. So solid color polos, any size really, youth and adults. But we'll take them and then give them out to schools in Delaware. We are at our Wilmington Empowerment Center, where we work with folks who are experiencing homelessness or housing insecurity. We provide food, hygiene items, chance to use the bathroom, and then we also do financial assistance out of this location. So we help with birth certificates, IDs, and financial assistance. One of the biggest things we do is we also do a mailing address. So if somebody is unhoused, they can have a mailing address with us here and then come here. So we are here at one of our transitional houses. It is our stage 1 house for women, Epiphany House. What do we do here?
Well, this is where after we interview women from some type of residential program, and if we accept them, they move in here to this first house, which is, like Kristen just said, stage 1. While they're here, we get them set up with psychiatrists, primary care, eye, dentist, IOP, food stamps, Medicaid, all that kind of good stuff. So that's about what we do when we start. And most of our residents do an IOP, and it can be anywhere from 8 to 12 weeks. So we subsidize their housing during that time. And then after they complete successfully an IOP, then they job search and get a job. Then we start budgeting, showing them how to budget and save money, so on, and then they can apply to move to stage 2, which are the 2 houses right next door.
And they gain a little bit more responsibility, a little bit more space.
A little bit more freedom in stage 2. And then we also have a stage 3. So the total time that a resident can stay here is typically a year. However, if they're still working on something like paying off a judgment, trying to get a degree, a certificate, they're doing well in their recovery, they can get along with everybody, then we can extend their stay for another year.
Okay. All right. Very good. It's wonderful. It's all about sharing these missions, these stories, and featuring and shining a light on the various nonprofits. And with that, we are going to share another one of our adventures with Stacy and the First State Action Agent. Wait, what is it? First State Action Agency? No, that's not right. Community Action Agency. So the First State Community Action Agency. Enjoy this video, and we're going to keep things rolling.
Hello everyone, I am sitting here, this is Stacy, I'm sitting here with Bernice Edwards. She is the Executive Director of First State Community Action, and I'm so happy to be here with her today. She has been a pillar in the community, and the work that this organization does has been awesome, but I'll let her tell you a little bit more about that. Ms. Bernice, please share a little bit about what First State is and how First State impacts the community.
Thank you, Stacy, and thank you so much for having me today. First State Community Action Agency, we are celebrating 59 years of service here in the state of Delaware. Sussex County, we started in 1965, and we're still in existence today. First State Community Action Agency, we are an anti-poverty agency, human service agency, working with families and individuals of low income, helping them to become self-sufficient. By saying that, we administer over 21 different anti-poverty programs. Those programs are designed to work with families, individuals, and communities to help them become self-sufficient. And one of the good things that I would say with Delaware Do More 24 this year could really help us with so many of our programs. We have after-school homework programs, we have culinary arts programs, we work with the school districts with Now We Are Cooking. We have a reentry program where we work with inmates as they transition back into the communities to become viable citizens. We have emergency services where we help people, prevent them from homelessness. We prevent them from being evicted. We help with the utilities to prevent shutoffs. We also have community development where we go into the communities, working with those communities, helping them to become self-sufficient viable by providing them with the TNTA that's needed. Youth programs, we have the college career readiness, where we are working with our youth now, prepare them to go to college or a career, because not all kids are going to be going to college, but we want to make sure that the kids that we are working with become viable citizens and can maintain jobs that would be self-sufficient. So that's what we do, working with them at all times.
Wow, it sounds like you have quite a lot of work, huh?
Yes, we do. But just to be here to make sure that we are providing those viable services, I think that's what's most important.
Absolutely.
To the communities, but also the individuals that we touch each and every day.
Yes, absolutely.
We have senior programs, we have senior employment, senior companion, we have a grant diversion, we have individuals with the grant diversion program, we can help them either repair their car or help them purchase a car to keep them from going on the tanner.
Oh my goodness. Well, it sounds like to me that it's such a wide range that it's a no-brainer to donate to First Aid, right?
Yes, it's a no-brainer.
Right? Because there's so many different areas that you are helping in youth development, with housing, preventing homelessness, you're helping with food insecurities. Like,
yes,
there's just the list goes on and on and on, right?
Most definitely, we have an emergency food closet that we partner with the food bank, and we provide families to come in and shop to the foods that they need, but we make sure that they have the best of whether it's grains, vegetables, fruits, all of the healthy eating.
Yes.
And that's our goal, is to make sure. But we also want to be able to provide them with the foods, give them some dignity when they come in.
Absolutely, absolutely. Ms. Bernice, thank you so much for taking time. I know you're very busy, but thank you for talking with us. Listen, everyone, please support First Aid Community Action. They're doing tremendous work, making a huge impact on the community, and I hope that you all will support them. Thank you, Ms. Bernice. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
All right.
Man, you gotta love those graphics. Those are fun. And with that, we are going to keep things moving on. I know we have some more videos to share, so we're trying to get those in. And we have one here now for the Latin American Community Center. And enjoy. We're just going to rock this on until we get our next live guests into the studio. You are watching the official live stream broadcast of Delaware's largest giving day, Do More 24 Delaware, and the Latin American Community Center. Here you go. There's a little video for you.
It's very different. This building is amazing. I've been to parenting classes here. My daughter spent several months here in a 2-year-old classroom, and it just feels safe. It feels inviting. It just feels like this, this hopeful place in our neighborhood that, I hadn't thought about dual language until I think I enrolled my son here. Now I'm a teacher at a dual language school, and I've seen both of my kids develop bilingual language skills, which has been amazing. I'm so glad that so many children, so many neighbors' children are able to come here.
And ever since we've been here, I felt like we both have been a part of a family. From the infant class to now in the 2-year-old class, from his teachers, the admin staff, the director, we just feel so loved and welcomed. And we can realize that, I realized that from the second we step in the door to the second we leave. If I ever need anything, I know I can ask. I'm always offered different programs and different opportunities.
So the Youth Development Department offers an array of services for children in kindergarten through high school. We offer a before and after school program. When the kids are out of school, we offer a summer camp. It's really important for us to be able to offer this summer camp because parents do work and they need a safe and healthy environment to keep their children. We take the kids on weekly trips. We offer reading and math. Our Youth Achievement Center also works with children from 13 to 18-year-old. They offer an array of activities as well for their age range, and they offer enrichment activities, homework, tutoring. Our credit recovery program works mainly with high school students. We work with the Red Clay Consolidated School District. This program has been in existence for over 20 years. It's a great collaboration to help students who are in danger of failing or dropping out get on track, recover the credits, and go back into school, into the next grade, or actually graduate on time. The Minerva Barrero Hispanic Scholarship Program came about after speaking with students and their families and finding that there was a high need for scholarship funding for schooling. And so we decided, on a down year because of COVID, we decided to look at the program and we revamped the whole thing. And now we're focusing on high school seniors and providing scholarship opportunities for them to be able to get financial assistance to continue their studies and their careers and what they would like to do for their future.
I highly encourage high school seniors especially to apply for this grant because it's such a good experience and it helps you. We're getting older in life, so all the money we can get is a true help and it's a true blessing. Right now I'm in Del Tech. My major is medical assisting, so it's a true help with all the books and everything that I need. Books are expensive.
Our families, we've been very fortunate because we do have families that come back year after year. They have their children that have grown with us through their early childhood services and continue with us to youth development. Some of those children actually come back to volunteer and actually end up working with us and actually starting a career in early childhood education or youth development with us. The parents find that it's a safe environment. We're trusted in the community.
Just feel a lot of hope when I come here every day.
Again, that was a video featuring our friends over at the Latin American Community Center. And if you want to support them and all of the nonprofits, you can go to domore24delaware.org and make those donations, make your impacts, and share and spread this out. Make sure everybody knows that this is the day. This is the day to donate, and your dollars go further as part of this campaign. We have a lot of fun stuff going on, and there's some programs that we've been featuring. One of the videos that we did feature a little bit earlier, kind of in the wee hours. So people are starting to wake up now. We thought maybe we'd give you another shot to watch it. We had the opportunity to go and be a part of the Delaware Pro Start competition over at the Chase Center. And we're going to give you a little inside look as to what that's all about. Take a look. Hey guys, Christopher Bruce here with King Creative, Mr. Delaware Gives, and today I'm going to give you guys an inside look at the Delaware Pro Start competition. We're going to be seeing it all go down. We're going to be talking to some of the competitors, some of the mentors, the judges, you name it, as they compete for the state championship of Delaware Pro Start, both on the cooking and management side, front and back of house, all represented, and one of them will go on to compete in the national final. We are underway, cooking as well, in process. Things are really rocking and rolling here at the Pro Start competition. Now, Alex, the program coordinator, again, with National for Pro Start, talk to us again, if you can reiterate these chefs behind us that are making it happen. Why is this so important for them?
They're learning life skills that they're going to be using forever. And doing this on full display in front of everybody, this is the height of competition. This is akin to sports players who spend all year practicing and get ready for the big game. This is the same exact thing, but with knives and forks.
It's also an opportunity to go to nationals. So this competition here in Delaware, the winner will go on to the national competition, which Delaware has done very well in over the years. So talk a little bit about that opportunity with nationals.
Oh, NPSI, the National Pro Start Invitational, it's amazing. It's it's hard to describe until you go there. The energy is just on another level. But we have hundreds of thousands of dollars of scholarship opportunities, the chance for students to network with industry experts and judges. It's just a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these students. And this year it's going to be in Baltimore, April 26th and 28th, and we are so excited to have everybody. So to learn more about ProStart and any other of the Foundation's programs, it's chooserestaurants.org. And then ProStart is also really implemented at the state level. So any of the state restaurant partners, in this case, the Delaware Restaurant Association, can provide more information about how ProStart functions here.
All right, so it is now about a minute. We have about a minute for Cesar Rodney, your reigning champs, to plate up and get their dishes to the judges. Pressure is on them. Everybody is coming for them. 4-time reigning champs. Can they do it a 5th time? Well, we're going to find out a little bit later. All right, the Delaware ProStart competition is really one of the best programs in the state of Delaware. And Governor Carney, you've been supporting it for a long time. What is it that makes this program so special?
I think what makes it so special is that the participants, the students, get so excited and motivated, right? It's also incredibly important for our state because the hospitality industry, the restaurant industry, is really what makes life in Delaware fun and enjoyable. So if you don't have a robust hospitality, or restaurant and hospitality industry in your state, you're not going to have fun things to do. And in order to do that, you have to have good chefs, good restaurants, good management, and ProStart really gets that started at the high school level.
We have Senator Sarah McBride with us. So why are you here today? Why is this program so exciting?
Well, I'm here because today we're celebrating the future of Delaware. This competition is an incredible display of the creativity and talent that fills Delaware's schools, but of course the incredible talent that fills restaurants up and down Delaware, folks who are here judging this competition. I'm thrilled to be here because this is a celebration of the greatness of Delaware and the talent and creativity and skill that fills our state.
All right, so I'm now here with Dr. Cheryl Klein from the University of Delaware. And listen, it's not just all about the cooking. We also have the management side of the competition, front and back house, all represented. So what is this part of the competition all about?
Well, I think this is the most exciting part. These students have prepared a concept for a restaurant. They marketed it. They designed their kitchens, and they're going to tell us how they're going to manage it and run it. So it's a great way to learn conceptual thinking. It's a great way to learn about design and how to operate a restaurant. And who knows, one day, one of these restaurants might actually happen.
ProStart is more than just cooking and management competition. They're also giving these kids opportunities with their college, career, and military fare. We've got all these booths that they can go up, learn about, and figure out next steps for them in their life. The judges have the dishes. You guys put your best effort in. How are you feeling after it all? I mean, right now we're just taking a break. We're relaxing. It was a lot of work. So how are you feeling after handing that dish off and now it's in their hands?
Very relieved. Oh my gosh. It was very stressful towards the end, so we're happy that we got the dish out and to those judges.
Absolutely. And how are you feeling about the dish? Like, what's your gut saying? And how are you feeling about your team's effort?
Honestly, our team's effort was like really good considering the time and like the amount of just the confidence that we had in the beginning was top on, and like we just kept it together and just worked together in the end.
Yeah, and what's the hardest part about this competition? What are some of the things you want to express that really makes this ProStart competition challenging?
I would say the space and the time, because it's like when you're used to working in a commercial kitchen with most stuff, it's like we have more space to move, but we have enough time to do what we need to do. But once you get here, it's like the timing runs away from you. Because it was literally, we had like 30 minutes. Then we had 2.
Like, where did the time go? Literally, it like vanished. It evaporated into thin air. But Howard, congratulations on putting in a great effort. Good luck no matter how it shakes out, you guys should be proud of yourselves. And this program is amazing in helping you guys learn these skills, pushing yourselves to be better, not only in the kitchen, but in life, right? So that's awesome. Hey, just hanging out with Howard, waiting for the judges.
Well, I think ProStart is so valuable to students, not just because of this great leadership development in front of the whole day, but we want people to know and young students to know that there's so many opportunities in hospitality and in restaurants. You could cook, you could be an entrepreneur, you could manage restaurants, you could go into catering. So we spend equal amount of time both on the culinary side of the competition, but also on management.
And if people are looking to support the ProStart program or the Delaware Restaurant Association, what are some things you want to tell them so that they make sure that their dollars are going to something that really matters?
Yeah, I think there's so many ways you can support the Delaware Restaurant Association through our Delaware Restaurant Foundation. You can get involved in the classroom. It's as little as that. You could be a mentor to a school. You can invite them in and talk about opportunities. You can donate to our organization. I mean, we have multiple fundraisers throughout the year, multiple partners that also raise money for us and for our youth development programs. So there's a lot of different ways. I think you can go to our website. You can donate directly to us.
All right, well, there you have it. I hope you enjoyed this look at the Delaware ProStart competition. We saw it all, and congratulations to all the winners in every school that participated, both on the cooking and management side. Culinary, yum. Management, amazing. Great ideas, innovative, and who knows, one of those restaurant concepts might actually come together, and we'll be able to dine there real soon. So support the Delaware Restaurant Association and their foundation and this ProStart program right there on the Do More 24 Delaware platform. We appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed it. Like I said, I just hope I can dig into some of these plates because, man, your boy's hungry. All right, we are rocking and rolling. That was the ProStart competition. Glad we could give you an inside look on that. And with that, we are moving right along. We're at 722 and some change on the total right now. If you look at the DoMore24Delaware.org website, and no real movement on those states we're missing. Still have 8 of them off the board. So Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Arkansas, Louisiana, and Rhode Island. Where are you? We're going to keep on you. Don't worry. We're not going to let you off the hook. And with that, we are going to keep things moving. We do have a video from our friends over at Coastal Concerts that we're going to queue up here in just a second. If that's ready, let's go for it as we march along on Delaware's largest giving day. This is the official live stream broadcast of Do More 24 Delaware. Enjoy this video of Coastal Concerts. All right, that was a quick one, but we have another one for you. Zoe's Ministries. So enjoy that. Few minutes to get lost in their world. Zoe's Ministries.
I'm Michael Workman, President Mayor of Ellendale, Delaware.
All right.
I'm Lisa Workman, council member in Ellendale, Delaware. Zoe Ministries, she gave us a phenomenal amount of support with our family, with our daughter being sex trafficked. They were looking at my daughter as an addict rather than somebody that was abused and a victim. And she helped us find the resources and the help within the community that we needed to start healing for her. I didn't realize the impact until my own child was involved and of what Zoe Ministries entailed and how they supported the community of victims. I don't think we could phantom the impact that she's had in this community, the impact she's had with training and developing programs for the people that are damaged from these perpetrators, from from sex trafficking. She has made such a impact in our community that we don't even know the dimensions of yet.
If you could say one thing about Zoe Ministries, what would it be?
I know what I would say. Thank you for everything you've done.
Hi, everybody. I'm Yolanda Montgomery, the founder and executive director of Zoe Ministries, and we're really excited about Do More 24, and we invite you to join us on our fundraising journey. Our latest project, and what we're really excited about, is the opening of Hannah's House. We are working on licensing and our DFS contract, but we are raising money to help us get through the rest of the spring so that we can open Hannah's House, which will be Delaware's first and only safe house for girls who have been sex trafficked. So now for an up-close look at the inside of Hannah's House.
Zoe's Ministries. Glad we could share that video featuring Zoe's Ministries and check in on the totals. Yes, we are just over $722,000 raised so far in the just jumped up a couple more. So 724 and change. And let me just double check. Those states are still out there. We're going to keep tabs on that, but almost all of Delaware is represented. We still need that Delmar lower bottom left zip code 19940 to jump on board. Let's get you guys in the mix here. And with that, we're going to keep things moving. We've got our Giving Day campaign rolling right along, and we have Ayana Khan's coming in. She is the president, the one that made this whole Delaware Black Chamber of Commerce thing happen, which we're all excited about. So good morning. It's not early at all. How you feeling?
Good morning. How are you, Chris?
I'm good. We are coming up on almost halfway through the live stream. I'm almost 12 hours in. Technically, we're about 12 hours in because we probably started about 10 of 6. So pretty wild to think that we're halfway through already at this point. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's a tad bit early, but it's all good. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm good. And yeah, originally I know we talked about you coming in, but you were like, yeah, I think I'm going to take you up on this virtual option.
Yeah.
I get it.
Virtual is best.
Yeah, no worries on that. I get the alt. So we just want to, obviously take this time now to share what you guys are doing over at the Delaware Black Chamber of Commerce. Maybe, inform the people out there that are watching some of the exciting things you guys have going on. So fill us in.
Yeah, here at the Delaware Black Chamber of Commerce, we are continuing to support the initiatives and the endeavors really of the small business community. We're here to continue to provide economic opportunity and support to the lifeblood of our community, the small business community. This year for 2024, we're continuing with our flagship program, which is a small business program that's 7 months for businesses that are ready to take their endeavors to the next step, really. So we're here to provide them with awareness and advocacy and visibility. This year, we're seeking policy change for a couple of things. We're working with some lawmakers to ensure that there is a level economic playing field for all, by introducing a loan program that's a guaranteed loan program for the underrepresented micro businesses. So that's what we're working on this year, and some other policy to support employees in the workplace In April, we have our inaugural Minority Health Summit at the Chase Center on April 16th. And we're super excited about that to discuss the health disparities in the minority community. A lot of business owners are either uninsured, underinsured, going through
Yeah.
a lot of health issues. And we want to discuss that in partnerships with the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services out of DC. So we'll be doing that April 16th at the Chase Center from 8 to 2 p.m. And that is open to the public.
All
There'll
right.
be on-site screenings from Christiana Care, the Delaware Department of Health and Human Services, and others, and vendor tables and healthcare practitioners to talk to the community about their health and get them resources and get them doctors that look like them, right? So that's our big one this year. And the usual, more education, more
Yeah.
awareness, more visibility.
Yeah. All those good things. Well, and tell folks, if you can, share some of maybe, when you set off to create this chamber and this idea, like, what were you when you were doing this? Would you imagine that you would be where you are now? I mean, you've had some great success. You're currently, the reigning, national Black Chamber of Commerce in the entire United States. So
Yeah.
brag on you for that. And just brag on it a little bit. Tell us about this journey, maybe what you're most proud of and the work that you guys do and how you support your members.
Yeah, so this never thought it would have come to this, right? But it just shows like the hunger and the thirst that the community had for an organization like this. So we are 3 members away from 700 members. And I mean, in 3.5 years, it's like unheard of, right? But because we're providing access to education workshops and trainings that help keep these businesses like one step ahead, that's what they need. They need someone, an organization. They needed us to really, hone in and be a vital hub for them. So it's wild. It's been a wild journey. It's been a lot, but it's all been worth it. Hearing the success stories, hearing about the collaborations between members, hearing about the certifications and the contracts that they've received
Yeah.
from federal to state to local contracts. It's amazing.
Yeah, you guys are an amazing support system for the members, and I think that's one of the things that people should understand is that the money that you raise here through this campaign is really fueling those offerings, that support, and you're really providing tangible support and creating almost like adding to their staff, right? You're doing things that would take additional staff members to be able to execute and to do. It's a lot of work, but you guys do a great job of providing that. You do it all the time. You're constantly, putting things out there. You're constantly holding events. You're constantly having webinars. You're educating people on what's happening with legislation. You're advocating. There's so much you guys are doing. And if you guys are interested in supporting a nonprofit, Delaware Black Chamber of Commerce is a great one for you guys to go onto the DoMore24Delaware.org website and support. It's just that simple.
Absolutely. Help us support our small business community. Help us help you.
That's right. I would say, help me, help you, help me, help you. Right. It's like, this all works together. We gotta kind of make it happen. And
Yes.
that's pretty cool. So you obviously had there's a couple things you mentioned coming up. We do host that free monthly networking event, right? That's a great community collaboration that we put together. And that is the third Tuesday of every month.
Of
Come on out,
everyone.
join us. It's a really great event, casual vibe. People love it. It's always a nice mix of new and familiar faces every month. And we're over at Stitch House, 6 to 8 p.m. Third Tuesday. Put it on the calendar. Join us. Have some fun. Meet some folks and, help each other and yourselves make it all better, right? Mix, mingle, and grow. That's what it's all
Yeah,
about, right?
absolutely. We're looking forward to that. And then later this month, we'll be downstate at the Sussex County YMCA for a
Nice.
downstate mixer. So we don't forget our friends
No, you
downstate.
gotta touch them all.
Yes, absolutely. And also, I wanted to mention this month, it is National Procurement Month. So, with our friends at the SBA, this is our third year doing our federal procurement series. It is 5 weeks. And basically, you just get training on accessing the federal procurement system. There's billions of dollars that are untapped in this space, and we want to get folks registered and getting these federal contracts. So join us for that. Yesterday was the first part in the series,
Yeah.
and there is 4 more to go.
There you go. You guys, again, like I said, you guys are always doing things, right? You got it all moving. And, you
Absolutely.
would think that you had this huge staff, but you don't, right? So that's the thing.
Yeah. So we are just like everyone else. Staffing has been a challenge, right? So we have a small but mighty staff, and we get it done. We are worker bees, and
Yeah.
we're here to do the work, to get the resources out to the community. But I'm always looking for interns and volunteers to help us continue doing the work.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. And, you know, if you could tell the people that are listening, that are watching this, where like this money right now, like what's the thing you can tell them? Like when you donate to the Delaware Black Chamber of Commerce, what that dollar, which stretches more, so that's when the benefit through Do More 24, those dollars multiply, they amplify. What's that doing? What's it going to? Just give them something really tangible.
It's going towards helping Black businesses, helping small businesses, helping the minority business community with resources. So we continue to offer free, okay? All our programs and events are free to our membership. It will help us to continue to offer those programs at no cost to them. And just to allow them to have a seat at the table and to help us to continue to advocate for inclusion and equity.
That's awesome. And what a great, reason to give. Ayanna, always a pleasure.
Thank you for
It's
having
really
me.
nice to have you on. I don't know if maybe you get to go back to sleep for a little bit or you just at least get to relax, but get back in there, find that pillow. It's calling your name. I'm sure it is. And it's just good to see you. It's good to have you on. And everybody go to domore24delaware.org and support the Delaware Black Chamber of Commerce. Ayanna, great to see you. I'll see you soon.
Thanks, Chris. Bye.
All right, you bet. And there you go. Another great nonprofit doing amazing things in helping our community all over the state with the Delaware Black Chamber of Commerce. So that is fantastic. And with that, I believe we've got something else here to queue up, right? We are going to be firing up a video now the TYD Athletic Scholarship Fund, right? TYD Athletic Scholarship Fund. So take a look at this video, and we're going to keep things rolling with Delaware's largest giving day. You're watching the official live stream broadcast of Do More 24 Delaware.
In life, some individuals leave an indelible mark on those around them. They inspire, they uplift, and they leave behind a legacy that continues to shape lives long after they're gone. TYD Athletic Scholarship Fund is in memory of Tyrell T.Y. Drumgo. He's a beloved member of the Newark, Delaware community whose passion for life was contagious, and his dedication to empowering others around him was unparalleled. He loved coaching football, riding his motorcycle, and engaging with the community. Friends would say Ty had this incredible energy about him. He was always the first to lend a helping hand, always the last to leave. He truly believed in the power of education and never hesitated to encourage others to reach their dreams. Ty was the first college graduate of our immediate family. His colleagues would say, working alongside him, they seen his commitment to excellence. Not only was he a skilled accountant, but he was a mentor to many. Operating his small business, T&F Logistics, was a testament to his entrepreneurial spirit and determination. Using the TYD Scholarship Fund to help others, our mission is to empower and support students in their pursuit of academic excellence. Ty's love for football was evident in every aspect of his life, whether he was coaching the Christiana High School Vikings or supporting local teams. He saw the sport as a platform for teaching important life lessons and fostering friendships. Beyond his athletic pursuits, he also was dedicated to his family. And so, the TYD Scholarship Fund main goal is to foster the growth and success of college-bound students. Ultimately, we love to honor Ty's legacy by continuing his mission to help all those along their way going through college. Even the smallest amount can contribute something. Pictured, you'll see our most recent year's award recipient who is currently attending the University of Maryland at Eastern Shore. She says thank you to us for her scholarship because it allows her mother and her grandmother to be relieved of some of the financial responsibility that comes along with her attendance at University of Maryland Eastern Shore. Our second award recipient attending University of Delaware was grateful for her scholarship as she was able to purchase books and other supplies for her dorm in order to attend. The Tyrell Drumgo Athletic Scholarship Fund goals are being met, but we need help from our community and everyone else to continue to give students assistance. This award recipient also attending University of Delaware, an athlete and a scholar. His award meant so much to him as Tyrell is his uncle and he is following in his footsteps with his entrepreneurial spirit as well as his drive and all of the lessons learned throughout his football career. So we ask you today to please donate to the TYD Scholarship Fund. Join us in honoring the memory of Tyrell Drumgo and continuing his legacy.
Hey guys, what's going on? There you have it. We're back. We are rolling. It is the morning of Do More 24, and it is currently 6:04 a.m. As we keep going on Delaware's largest giving day, we're keeping tabs on the progress of the campaign and watching the numbers come in. We're over almost $731,000 so far. And as people start to wake up on this Friday morning, it should all start rolling in, and it's going to be good to watch that happen. I'm excited to see it. And we do have a lot of people scheduled as we get into the morning. There's a number of interviews. We will be stopping this broadcast before too long and then switching things over into our morning broadcast window. So keep tabs on that. When this broadcast window ends, we'll recycle. We'll be back on, and we'll be going into the morning broadcast. And then we'll have one more reset in the afternoon as we get into the home stretch for Delaware's largest giving day. So that is awesome. We do have, it looks like, a couple people scheduled. I don't know if we have anybody in right now, but we might have a few guests popping in here any second based on what we're looking at. In the meantime, Delmarva Clergy United in social action. If you aren't aware of them, go onto the platform, check them out, domore24delaware.org, learn about them, throw them a couple dollars, and hopefully Leah Brown is going to pop on and say hi. But if not, give them a little love, check them out on the platform, and we'll go from there. Looks like Shepherd's office director Jim Martin might be popping on in a few minutes as well. And then, like I said, we're going to be kind of wrapping up our morning broadcast and switching it over to get or overnight broadcast and getting into the morning broadcast window. So that's where we're at the moment. We're looking at those states. We're looking forward to seeing them come on in to fill in. And at the moment, we are still 8 states away from completing the map. Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Arkansas, Louisiana, and Rhode Island. That's what we're waiting on. That's what we need. So if you know anybody in there, get those emails ready, get your texts ready. And as we get a little bit maybe more reasonable hour for them, give them a call, send them a message, nudge them, and let them know we need them. Got to fill in that map. But really kind of cool to see. In Delaware right now, we're at over 7,200 donations just from Delaware alone. So that's pretty cool. And we'll keep tracking the totals on that as we go through the campaign as well. All right. So we're waiting on, I guess we may not have a guest here. So what we do have is a sponsor video, and we can give our sponsors a little love. It's right in there. And we'll highlight our sponsors. We'll say thanks to them. All right, and just like that, we are rolling, and the numbers keep popping up. We're almost at $737,000 now. So we just had a nice little bump there. The computer kicked in, and those donations definitely came. We have an award. Oh, okay, we have more prizes. We've got our 5 a.m. golden ticket winners. For the small nonprofit category, congratulations go out to Center for the Creative Arts. And in the large nonprofit category, First State Montessori Academy. You guys are our 5 a.m. golden ticket winners. Fantastic. And with that, we're going to be checking out and figuring out where Stacy might be now. So she's out there doing her thing. Where in the state is Stacy at now?
Hello everyone, this is Stacy, excited about Do More 24. I have the pleasure of sitting here with Mr. Samuel Duffy. He is the founder of Duffy's Hope. and we're super excited to hear all about their mission and what they're planning to do with any support they get from Do More 24. So, Mr. Duffy, please share with us a little bit about your mission and some of your goals and objectives for this year.
Well, thank you for coming and doing this interview. We really appreciate it. So, we're very excited about the upcoming Do More 24. As you said, it's been a great opportunity for us to raise funds for all the programs we do here at Duffy's Hope. But specifically last year, we raised money for our college tour where we took our kids to Florida for a whole week of college, visiting colleges throughout the state of Florida.
Wow, that's really awesome. So that's given children an opportunity to be able to explore college in Florida. So that's great. That's great.
Yeah, so it's an opportunity to see that there's something bigger than Delaware as well.
Absolutely.
Get them an opportunity to see another part of the country, not the country, but the state. You know what I'm saying? So give opportunity to see something different, and also to dream bigger. So not knocking any schools in Delaware, but just an opportunity for them to go. A lot of these students that have never been on a plane, they flew down to Florida, and a lot of them never even left the state of Delaware. So that was just a thing we wanted to do to give them an opportunity to expose them to something different.
Absolutely. So that's sort of like a big deal. If you've never left Delaware and you finally get an opportunity to, and not even just that, they get to see what college is like in Florida. So that's awesome. Tell me a little bit about the transition home that you're about to open.
Well, right now we did a ribbon cutting on Martin Luther King Day. It's a transitional home for ladies aging out of foster care, 18 to 23. This is something that my wife thought about some years ago, and we just put it together, and finally came to fruition. It's been a long 3 years because of the pandemic, so we had an opportunity to do ribbon cutting. So it's something that we're something new for Duffy's Hope, because once they get 18, we don't have any programs after that. So this is a whole new avenue for Duffy's Hope to get into. So we're excited about this transitional home, which we're going to serve 4 young ladies.
Okay.
So and then we'll just rotate out once they get become independent and get out on their own, then we'll replace them with someone else.
That's awesome. That's awesome, because I guess a lot of us take it for granted, because we're not, those of us who aren't in foster care, who've been in foster care, we don't understand that, once they turn 18, they're no longer able to get the same benefits that they were receiving before.
Right. I actually just found out, during the ribbon cutting, that actually they have done a passed a bill where they can stay a little longer. So,
Okay.
But
Okay.
it's always needed.
Yes.
It's more is needed. So when we first thought about this transition home, we didn't see there was a need for it, because it wasn't after 18 you were done. So
Right.
now
Right.
the new laws, Representative Stephanie Bowden, reminded us of it.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for taking out time. Everyone, please support Duffy's Hope for Do More 24. We're really excited to be here. Thank you for all the hard work you're doing and for making a difference in the community.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. Thanks a lot, Stacey, for sharing that. Duffy's Hope, you can find them at the Do More 24 Delaware.org website and give them a donation. Send your love, your support their way, along with all the other nonprofits, all part of this year's Giving Day campaign. And with that, we actually have one of our rock stars as part of Do More 24. I think the organization that maybe has figured this thing out as good as anybody. So we're excited to talk to them. So Jim, how are you? Jim, how's it going over there? You guys are crushing it as always. It's good to see you.
Yeah, it's really an amazing opportunity that you all give us as a small nonprofit to participate in such a big platform for 24 hours. It's an amazing thing to see happen, and we're always excited to participate and do the very best we can to get the word out to all our supporters.
I
and
mean, I think
and they're responding.
yeah, no kidding. They really are. And you guys are doing incredibly well. And then last check here, and I'm going to double check it now. You've got 495 individual donations to your platform, which is, by far and away the largest number of donations. You're also in the lead for dollars. And I know everybody else is thinking, like, what are they doing to make this work? And you guys are really the model, for the Do More 24 and the Giving Day campaign. So outside of, obviously the impacts you guys make,
Well,
I'm sure some would just like to know what some of what you're doing to be so effective.
yeah, I mean, it's really the Do More platform itself that is it's so amazing to utilize throughout the year too, because what happens is once you attract new donors, then you can have a friendship with them throughout the year because of what Spur Impact allows for you to do with their spreadsheet. You know how that spreadsheet is with all the names and the phone numbers and the addresses and everything. And we also send out handwritten thank you cards to everyone. And I think that's a lot of extra work, but it creates that relationship throughout the year. And then there's not that stranger danger link thing where what is this link about? I'm going to click on this link where I have to put this in there. It's like, I call it the stranger danger thing. But
Yeah.
if you alleviate that and make everyone realize that this is a Delaware thing, this is not something from Nigeria or something. This is a
This is very
a
legit,
Delaware
and
thing. Yeah,
yeah,
it's
this is
legit. Yeah.
no, that makes sense. That's interesting. And so, all right, with that, then shift gears a little bit more to what you guys do at Shepherd's Office. Talk about the mission, the cause, and the work that you do every day.
Yeah, I mean, when I was homeless back in 2008 and 2009, I really struggled with trying to find my purpose and trying to find a spot to sit, stand, or sleep. Literally, I was in Wilmington and I had nowhere to go. And I always remember that experience in 2008, 2009. So basically, fast forward to 2020, 24, we're looking to help the people that are marginalized and they're stigmatized and they're not allowed to sit or stand or sleep anywhere. Can you imagine that? Not anywhere in Delaware, you're not allowed to sit, stand, or sleep as a homeless person. So our place is it's a lighthouse of hope. We try to give people ideas on what they can do. Of course, we focus on the free dinners every night. We're giving out about 200 to 300 meals, homemade meals every single night, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and on Sunday we have a free lunch. So we're really focused on hospitality when there's no place to live,
Yeah.
and we're problem solvers. We're people helpers, and we're problem solvers. And our team is amazing. Looking at all the volunteers and everything, it's an incredible amount of people that participate throughout the year. Probably I would say about 1,000 people probably are involved in the work, in some way. And
Yeah,
then we have,
it
thousands of
takes
guests.
an army. Yeah, you've got.
Yeah,
I mean, you've done a great job, and the volunteers. Everybody working together, right? It's not. I mean, you
yeah, it's a
obviously are leading
team, right?
charge, but you're leading a great team.
Yeah, like I'm the least important person in the process here. I always try to get out of the way so smarter people can step up and do really hard work. And I don't try to I'm not a micromanager kind of guy. I just get out of the way as soon as possible. And then another thing is I don't mind having a crank pot around. We have a lot of crock pots for the meals, but then we have a crank pot once in a while. And I don't kick the crank pot to the curb. I try to listen to them and see why they're cranky and try to fix it. But I don't just not communicate with them. So I always joke around. We always have the crank pots and the crock pots, and we all get along somehow. So
Yeah.
because it's tough being out here on the front lines every day. Of
Yeah,
just
but you
mental.
guys you guys do a great job with it. It is always amazing to see, what you're able to accomplish through the Giving Day platform. And we're so happy that this is allowing you to really push and drive your programs forward. And, it's exciting to see that you're able to make it work as well as you do.
Yeah, we're super grateful to everybody there. And we're sorry that we're so far away from you. So if we could visit right now, we'd stop into the studio and say hi, give you a big hug. We really appreciate you guys.
Yeah, well, we wish we'll have to figure out a way to make that happen in the future, but we appreciate you
Yeah.
also, and just know that you're out there doing good work, and that's what it's all about. And everybody, if you're interested, learn more about Shepherd's Office. You can donate right on the Do More 24 Delaware website. But if you don't know what they do, read about it. Go to their website. And what's the best way for people to engage with you guys, to follow you and to stay in tune with what you're doing?
Really just drop by. I mean, I know Delaware is a small state, but it is kind of long, but it takes a couple hours to come down if you want to pop in. Sarah Carter popped in one time, and we're right along the main drag in Georgetown, and we're always very welcoming. We always have something going on there every day. So please stop by. I mean, I might be taking a nap, because I'm getting older now. I'm like mid-60s now, so I'm getting older now. So I might have to take a nap in the afternoon, but we have an amazing team, so just pop in, see how you can help. We always need people to prepare. All the food is prepared in people's homes, and then it's dropped off. So, and also we do a lot of provisions for the homeless. We give out a lot of, because again, our focus is to find a place to sit, stand, or sleep for the homeless somewhere in the community. So what that means we have to give them the provisions so they can survive for a day. We take it one day at a time.
Yeah.
So there's always something to do. We give out bikes and bus passes and, clothing and hoodies and hand warmers and propane heaters. And, there's so many things that we give out. So we just want to let people know that you can always participate, help out. And we do have a huge homelessness problem in Delaware. I mean, I think there's probably 10,000 homeless people in Sussex County right now, 10,000, based on what I'm saying. There's a lot of people living in their cars that you wouldn't think. And I know I'm going over my time, sorry, but there's a lot of people living in their cars right now, and they are scared to death to let anyone know that they're homeless, because their car could be taken from them, because it's illegal to live in your car. If you're found out to be living in your car, that's actually against the law. So we have to fix this, man. We got a huge homeless problem. We got to fix it somehow. We got to get some brains on it and figure it out, because it's going to just get worse and worse with inflation and housing prices. It's a lot of the renters are scared to death right now that they're going to lose their spot. So, and even disabled people are falling into homelessness. There are people that are in wheelchairs and stuff. They can't afford their apartments anymore, making their $900 a month or whatever they make, for their disability payment. It's not enough to live on anymore. So they're falling out too. So we got a huge problem, guys. We got to figure it out.
Yeah, it's a good thing you're there to support, all those that are in need down there, and just keep doing the good work you do. And hopefully the money that you raise through this campaign will really help make a really huge impact in the mission that you guys serve.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate all you guys. We love you very much. Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
All right, Jim, stay awesome. We'll talk to you soon. Keep it up.
Yeah. All right. See you soon, guys.
All right, you bet. And with that, we have a couple little things here. Looks like we have for the CTA. We can turn this on. We'll go to. All right, we're going to check in, and it looks like, is Stacy over there? I guess. Awesome, Stacy. How's it going? The sun is up. It's coming. It's looking good. Oh my goodness. Yes. Check in. Look at that view. I love it. Man, it's perfect.
How awesome, right? So
yes.
I'm here at the Children's Beach House with Executive Director. His name is Rich. And he's going to give us a little bit of information about the Children's Beach House. Just really quickly, Rich, tell us what programs you have and what's your mission?
Sure. Our mission is to help children, youth, families, and communities to find their own internal resources so that they can meet the challenges in life and to be successful in life. And we work with kids from the age of 7 up until they graduate from high school. That's a huge goal we have for all of our kids.
Really awesome. Really awesome. Share a little bit about that really fun event that I attended earlier this year. It was awesome.
So we have 5 really fun events this year. We have one coming up in May. If anybody's into golf, let me know. But the event you're talking about is our beach barbecue that happens in August each year. And we did a 1980s event theme this year. And we all had mullets and had our collars turned up. And it was a ton of fun.
Yeah. Yes, lots of fun. So if there is any particular thing that you want to encourage people why they should donate to the Children's Beach House, and what exactly you would use those funds for?
So our Do More 24 initiative is actually targeted at being able to take our oldest kids, we call them our captains, to Washington, D.C. for a weekend. We want to give them the experience of seeing our nation's capital, understanding a little bit about how it works and actually seeing the buildings in the city. We also want to get them to the Smithsonian museums and some other cultural things around DC. We believe that when kids see things outside of their normal environment, I mean, like this,
absolutely,
it's a beautiful view. Absolutely. The sun is looking good. The sunrise, it's awesome. It's inspiring. It's uplifting. And as we march right along here, 12 and a half hours into the broadcast, we're over the halfway point. It's really amazing to think, of all that we've done already and all there is to come. It's a lot's going to happen as people start waking up and start donating and getting back on their devices and get active again with the campaign. So this is really cool. We are at the very tail end of our overnight broadcast. We need to recycle. So if you have a couple more quick things you want to share, we can do it, but we are tight.
I would just say this is an amazing amazing state that we live in. The generosity is unbelievable.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone, for your support.
No, it is awesome. We agree wholeheartedly. Thank you for being a part of making Delaware better. And if you want to support the Children's Beach House, you can do that right at the DoMore24Delaware.org website, along with all the other amazing nonprofits. But thank you for the view. Thank you for the sunrise, sunbeams coming in at you. I love it. And really, you just know that is an inspiring setting. And to get kids and families out into that environment just makes an impact.
Absolutely. Donate to the Children's Beach House. Chris, thanks for all that you're doing. Hopefully you'll stay awake a little bit more. And good luck with that. But thanks for what you're doing, and happy Do More 24, everybody.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Take care. Stay awesome. All right, well, there it is. We had a beautiful view of the sunset right there on the water.
Take the phones, go sit out,
yes,
look at the sunrise,
get it.
make your donation.
The sunrise is popping. It's coming up. It's a new day is upon us. And with that, we are going to be closing out our overnight broadcast, and we're going to resetting for our morning broadcast window here in a few minutes. So stay with us. Transition over. It'll continue to stream right here live on the DoMore24Delaware.org website, as well as through Spur Impact, King Creative, the United Way, and DETV's Facebook channels as well. Of course, share it out to yours if you can, and let's get the word out with Delaware's largest giving day. It's Do More 24 Delaware. Charlie's here. Look at that. You're going to be here for the changeover. Charlie will be with us when we start the morning broadcast window. Charlie, we're going to flip it out and get the next one rolling. So, hey, we'll see you, and we'll see you in just a few minutes on the next window. Take care, guys.